The cupboard under the stairs smelled of dust and desperation. Harry James Potter pressed his thin shoulder against the wooden door, feeling the familiar splinters that had become as much a part of his existence as the ache in his empty stomach. 3 days. 3 days since Uncle Vernon had shoved him into this cramped prison, and the only sounds that reached him were Dudley's thunderous footsteps above, and Aunt Petunia's shrill voice praising her precious son for his birthday performance. It had been an accident, of course. They always were. One moment, Harry had been standing in the kitchen, watching Dudley unwrap his 17th present of the morning, a particularly gaudy remote-controlled helicopter that immediately crashed into the wall. The next moment, every piece of glass in the kitchen had simply vanished. Not shattered, not broken. Vanished. The drinking glasses, the windows, even Aunt Petunia's prized china cabinet doors had disappeared without so much as a whisper of sound. The silence that followed had been more terrifying than any of Uncle Vernon's bellowing rages. Dudley had stopped mid-tantrum about his broken toy. Aunt Petunia had gone white as her precious doilies, and Uncle Vernon had turned that peculiar shade of purple that usually preceded the worst punishments. Now, curled in the suffocating darkness, with only a stale crust of bread and a plastic cup of tepid water for company, Harry Potter made a decision that would change everything. He was done. Done with the cupboard. Done with the Dursleys. Done with pretending that this was normal or acceptable or something he deserved. At 8 years old, Harry had endured more cruelty than many adults faced in their entire lives, and something deep in his chest finally cracked open. Not his ribs, though those ached from Dudley's latest game of Harry hunting. Not his spirit, though that had been battered daily for as long as he could remember. What cracked open was something far more dangerous. Hope. The desperate, brilliant hope of a child who refuses to accept that this is all there is. The morning of September 15th dawned grey and drizzling, as if the sky itself was weeping for all the small tragedies playing out in suburban homes across Little Whinging. Harry heard Uncle Vernon stomping around upstairs, his voice raised in his usual morning tirade about ungrateful freaks and the proper order of things. It was the perfect cover. Working with the patience of someone who had learned that haste led to beatings, Harry picked the lock on his cupboard door. It was a skill acquired through necessity, taught by watching Uncle Vernon fumble with his toolbox and refined through long hours of desperate experimentation. The lock clicked open with a soft snick that seemed impossibly loud in the morning quiet. The house felt different as Harry crept through it, larger somehow, as if seeing it through the eyes of someone planning to leave forever had changed its very dimensions. The kitchen, where he had prepared so many meals he was never allowed to eat properly, the living room where he had cleaned up after Dudley's destructive games, the front hall where he had folded himself small and invisible whenever the Dursleys had guests. All of it would soon be nothing more than a bad memory. Moving with the silence of a cat burglar, Harry gathered his meagre supplies. 2 slices of bread from the loaf, wrapped carefully in a plastic bag he found under the sink. A half-empty bottle of water from the refrigerator. An apple that was slightly soft but still edible. He took only what he needed, what wouldn't be immediately missed. Even in rebellion, some part of him was still trying to be good, to minimize the trouble he would cause. From his cupboard, he retrieved his only possessions, a broken pair of glasses held together with tape, Dudley's old clothes that hung on his thin frame like tents, and a small notebook where he had been secretly teaching himself to write properly. The notebook had been a revelation, found in a stack of Dudley's discarded school supplies. Harry had hidden it like treasure, using it to practice the letters and words that somehow came easier to him than they should have. The front door opened without a creak. Uncle Vernon's ranting from upstairs covered any small sounds Harry might have made. He stepped out into the drizzling September morning and pulled the door shut behind him with the finality of closing the cover on the worst book ever written. Privet Drive stretched before him like a pathway to possibility. The neat lawns and identical houses that had once seemed like a prison now looked like merely the first obstacle in a much larger adventure. Harry Potter, aged 8, began walking toward a future he could barely imagine. Across the sprawling suburban maze of Little Whinging, another 8-year-old was reaching her own breaking point. Hermione Jean Granger sat at her perfectly organized desk, staring at the mathematics workbook that should have been challenging for a 12-year-old, let alone someone who wouldn't turn 9 until next month. The problems were laughably simple. She had finished them in 17 minutes, checking her work twice and even creating alternative solutions for the more complex equations, just to see if she could. This was the problem with being Hermione Granger. Everything was too easy, too slow, too simple. And when things weren't simple, when strange things happened that she couldn't explain or control, her parents looked at her with that particular mixture of pride and worry that made her stomach twist into knots, like yesterday, when she had been so frustrated with her hair falling in her face during reading time that she had wished it would just stay back. And it had. All of it. Swept back and held in place as if by invisible pins, staying perfectly styled until bedtime, despite her parents' increasingly frantic attempts to understand how she had managed it. Her mother had spent 45 minutes trying to find bobby pins or clips or any reasonable explanation, while her father had muttered about static electricity and unlikely weather patterns. The truth was, Hermione didn't understand it either. But she was beginning to suspect that understanding might not be the same as accepting. The strange things that happened around her when she was emotional weren't accidents or coincidences. They were something else entirely. Something that made her different in a way that went deeper than just being smarter than her classmates or reading at a university level. Her parents meant well. Dr. Daniel Granger and Dr. Monica Granger were intelligent, accomplished people who had built successful dental practices through hard work and dedication. They loved their daughter desperately and wanted only the best for her. But their version of best involved endless educational opportunities, constant intellectual stimulation, and a schedule so packed with enriching activities that Hermione sometimes felt like she was suffocating under the weight of their expectations. Piano lessons on Mondays, advanced mathematics tutoring on Tuesdays, French conversation class on Wednesdays, science club on Thursdays, chess club on Fridays, weekend trips to museums, lectures, cultural events, all of it designed to nurture the brilliant mind they were so proud of having created. None of it leaving space for the strange, inexplicable things that happened when Hermione was alone or upset or wishing desperately that the world could be different than it was. This morning, as rain drummed against her bedroom window and her parents discussed her academic future in voices that carried clearly up the stairs, something inside Hermione Granger finally snapped. Not in anger, though there was anger there. Not in desperation, though she was certainly desperate. What snapped was her willingness to be managed and scheduled and improved upon like a project instead of loved like a person. She had been different from other children for as long as she could remember. Too smart for her age group, too serious for most social situations, too intense for casual friendships. But lately, the differences had been getting harder to hide. The strange incidents were happening more frequently, and each time they occurred, she saw that look in her parents' eyes. Pride warring with concern, love fighting with confusion, and underneath it all, a growing sense that they didn't quite know what to do with the daughter they had been given. Hermione made her decision with the same methodical precision she applied to everything else in her 8-year-old life. She opened her desk drawer and withdrew the small cloth bag where she kept her allowance money. £43.67, saved carefully over the past 6 months, enough for food and perhaps bus fare if she was careful. She had read enough books about children in difficult situations to understand that money was freedom, and freedom was what she needed most right now. Packing was a calculated exercise in necessity versus sentimentality. 3 changes of clothes, all practical and dark-coloured, to hide stains and wear. A small toiletry bag with toothbrush, toothpaste, and soap. Her current library book, because she would rather face unknown dangers than be trapped somewhere without anything to read. A small notebook and pen for recording important information or observations. Her birth certificate and library card, because she had read that identification was important for children traveling alone. The note she left on her pillow was written in her careful, precise handwriting. Dear Mum and Dad, I love you very much, but I cannot stay here anymore. You want me to be something I am not ready to be, and I need time to understand what I am meant to be instead. Please do not worry about me. I am very careful and I will be safe. I am not running away because I am angry. I am leaving because I need to find out who I really am without everyone watching and measuring and trying to improve me. I will contact you when I am ready. Love always, Hermione P.S. Please water my plants. They are not responsible for my choices. She folded the note carefully and placed it on her pillow, where it would be found, but not immediately. Then she gathered her small bag, pulled on her warmest jumper, and walked downstairs while her parents were still deep in conversation about her future. The front door of the Granger home closed behind her, with a soft click that felt like the sound of chains falling away. Hermione Jean Granger stepped out into the September drizzle and began walking toward the only place she could think of that might offer both shelter and the answers she desperately needed: the library. Every book she had ever read about children in crisis had mentioned libraries as safe places, havens of knowledge and quiet sanctuary. The little whinging public library was a 30-minute walk from her house, a journey she had made dozens of times with her parents for various educational outings. Now she would make it alone, carrying nothing but hope and determination, and the strange, growing certainty that her life was about to change in ways she couldn't yet imagine. The rain was getting heavier as both children made their separate ways through the winding streets of Little Whinging. Harry, with his too large clothes and careful steps, moved like a shadow trying not to be noticed. Hermione, with her organized bag and determined stride, moved like a general executing a well-planned campaign. Neither knew the other existed. Neither could have imagined that their paths were about to converge in the most ordinary of places, setting in motion events that would reshape not just their own futures, but the very foundations of the magical world they were both about to discover. Harry reached the library first, drawn by the warm yellow light spilling from its windows, and the promise of somewhere dry to think. He had visited the building once before on a school trip, though the Dursleys had initially refused permission until his teacher mentioned it would be a required part of his educational record. The memory of that brief visit, of books stretching in neat rows toward impossible heights, and the smell of paper and knowledge had stayed with him through the worst of his cupboard imprisonment. The building was larger than he remembered, built of red brick with tall windows that made it look important and permanent. A brass plaque beside the entrance declared it to be the Little Whinging Public Library, founded in 1923, dedicated to the education and enrichment of the community. Harry pushed open the heavy wooden doors and stepped into warmth that felt like a blessing. The woman behind the main desk looked up as he entered, her keen eyes taking in his soaked clothes and thin frame with the practiced assessment of someone accustomed to seeing people in various states of distress. Mrs. Adelaide Pemberton had been the head librarian at Little Whinging for 37 years, and in that time she had seen everything from heartbroken teenagers to homeless adults to lost children. She had also seen things that couldn't be easily explained, which was why she merely nodded at Harry's arrival and returned to her cataloguing without asking questions he might not be ready to answer. Harry wandered through the stacks like a moth drawn to flame. The children's section was bright and welcoming, with low shelves and colourful displays that invited exploration. But what captured his attention was the section just beyond it, where the books grew thicker and more complex. Advanced reading for children who had outgrown picture books but weren't quite ready for adult literature. Here were books about history and science and adventure, books that promised knowledge and escape in equal measure. He settled into a corner with a book about ancient civilizations, not because he was particularly interested in Egypt or Rome, but because it was thick enough to hide behind and complex enough to occupy his mind while he figured out what to do next. The steady patter of rain against the windows and the soft sounds of pages turning created a cocoon of safety, unlike anything he had ever experienced in the Dursley house. 20 minutes later, Hermione arrived like a force of nature barely contained in an 8-year-old body. She burst through the library doors with the intensity of someone on a mission, pausing only to shake the rain from her jacket before marching directly to the information desk. Mrs. Pemberton looked up from her work to find herself facing a small, serious girl with wild curls and the kind of penetrating stare usually associated with university professors. There was something oddly familiar about the child's expression, a particular quality of determined intelligence that stirred memories Mrs. Pemberton kept carefully locked away. "Excuse me," Hermione said, with the polite precision that had been drilled into her since toddlerhood. "I need to research several topics, and I was wondering if you could direct me to the appropriate sections. I'm looking for information about children's legal rights, emergency shelters, and—" She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Unusual phenomena that might be mistaken for coincidences." Mrs. Pemberton set down her pen and studied the child before her. In 37 years of library work, she had developed an instinct for people in crisis, and this little girl was radiating distress despite her composed demeanor. More interesting was the slight tingle she felt at the back of her neck, the same sensation she experienced whenever magic was being worked nearby. Not that magic was being worked exactly, but there was definitely something unusual about this child's presence. "That's quite an ambitious research project," Mrs. Pemberton said carefully. "Are you working on this alone, or is someone helping you?" "I prefer to work independently when possible," Hermione replied, which wasn't exactly an answer, but was entirely truthful. "I find that other people's preconceptions can interfere with objective analysis of data." Despite everything, Mrs. Pemberton found herself smiling. "I see. Well, the legal reference section is along the far wall, though I should mention that most of it is written for adult readers. The social services information is in our community resources area, and as for unusual phenomena—" She paused, studying Hermione's face carefully. "That would depend on exactly what kind of phenomena you're interested in." "The kind that other people insist on calling impossible," Hermione said, with the frustrated precision of someone who had heard that word far too often. Mrs. Pemberton's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. After a moment, she said, "Folklore section, 2nd floor, East Wing. You'll find some interesting texts there, though I recommend starting with the more academic works rather than the sensationalized accounts." Hermione thanked her with grave politeness and headed for the stairs, her small form radiating purpose with every step. Mrs. Pemberton watched her go with the growing certainty that this was not a normal Tuesday morning at the library. It was while climbing to the 2nd floor that Hermione first noticed the boy in the corner of the children's section. He was thin to the point of looking undernourished, hunched over a book with the protective posture of someone guarding something precious. His clothes hung loose on his frame, and there was something about the careful way he turned pages that suggested books were not a common luxury in his life. More interesting to Hermione's analytical mind was the fact that he appeared to be genuinely engaged with what looked like a university-level text on ancient civilizations. She could see enough of the page from her vantage point on the stairs to recognize that he was reading the dense academic prose, not just looking at pictures or pretending to understand. Her research could wait a few minutes. Hermione descended the stairs and approached the boy's corner with the diplomatic caution of someone accustomed to being rejected by her peers. Most children her age found her intensity off-putting, her vocabulary pretentious, her interests boring. She had learned to approach potential social interactions like negotiations, prepared for failure but hopeful for success. "That's a fascinating book," she said quietly, settling onto the carpet nearby, but not so close as to seem intrusive. "The chapter on Roman engineering is particularly interesting, especially their approach to aqueduct construction. Harry looked up, startled. In his experience, other children either ignored him completely or approached with the intention of causing harm. This girl, with her serious expression and careful positioning, seemed to be doing neither. Her clothes were neat and well-fitted, suggesting a comfortable home life, but her eyes held a familiar wariness that he recognized immediately. "You've read it?" he asked, his voice rusty from 3 days of disuse. "Not that specific edition, but I've read several books about Roman history," Hermione replied matter-of-factly. "I find their legal system particularly interesting. They had very specific laws about children and family obligations that were quite progressive for their time." There was something in the way she said it that made Harry suspect she wasn't talking about ancient history for purely academic reasons. He closed the book carefully, using his finger to mark his place, and really looked at her for the first time. She was about his age, with brown eyes that seemed older than 8, and an intensity that suggested she thought about things most children never considered. "Are you researching something?" Harry asked, nodding toward the bag she had set carefully beside her. "Several things, actually." Hermione hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. "I'm trying to understand some legal questions about children's rights, and I'm also researching unusual phenomena that science hasn't adequately explained yet." Harry felt something twist in his chest, a recognition so profound it was almost physical. What kind of unusual phenomena? The kind where things happen that shouldn't be possible, but they are possible, and everyone acts like you're imagining it, even when there's physical evidence. The words tumbled out of Hermione with the relief of someone finally able to speak honestly about something that had been weighing on her mind. Harry set his book aside completely and turned to face her fully. Like making things move without touching them, or making things disappear when you're angry. The silence that followed was electric with possibility. Hermione stared at Harry with the expression of someone who had just discovered that she wasn't alone in the universe after all. Harry stared back with the desperate hope of someone who had finally found another person who might understand. "How did you know that?" Hermione whispered. "Because I can do it too," Harry whispered back. "And I think that's why my relatives hate me so much." They sat in the warm quiet of the library, surrounded by books and the soft sound of rain, and began to tell each other the truth. About the strange things that happened when they were emotional, about feeling different and isolated and impossible, about adults who looked at them with confusion or fear or disappointment when the impossible became briefly, undeniably real. Harry told her about the glass disappearing and the cupboard under the stairs, and 3 days of bread and water for crimes he didn't understand. Hermione told him about her hair obeying her wishes, and her parents' loving but suffocating expectations, and the note she had left on her pillow that morning. As they talked, Mrs. Pemberton watched from her desk with growing understanding and concern. 2 magical children, both in crisis, both running from situations they couldn't control. In her 37 years as a squib, working in the Muggle world, she had never seen anything quite like this, but she recognized the signs clearly enough. Magic was stirring in Little Whinging, carried by 2 8-year-old children who had found each other in exactly the place they were most likely to find answers. Mrs. Adelaide Pemberton quietly locked the library's front door and turned the sign to "Closed for Inventory," then went to the small kitchen behind the reference desk to make tea and sandwiches. Something told her this was going to be a very long and very important day. The magical creature that appeared in Little Whinging on the 3rd Tuesday of February was not supposed to exist in suburban England. Boggarts were indigenous to dark, enclosed spaces in rural areas, drawn to fear and solitude rather than the mundane anxieties of middle-class neighborhoods. Yet there it was, manifesting in the abandoned house at the end of Privet Drive, feeding off the accumulated terror of 8 years' worth of Harry Potter's nightmares and the Dursleys' paranoid hatred of anything magical. The first sign of trouble came at breakfast, when Mrs. Pemberton's carefully maintained magical monitoring charms began registering disturbances that exceeded anything they had previously detected in their quiet residential area. The readings suggested a dark, magical creature of significant power, something that posed genuine danger to magical and mundane residents alike. Harry felt the creature's presence before the monitoring charms confirmed it, a cold weight pressing against his consciousness that reminded him uncomfortably of the worst moments in his cupboard under the stairs. But where those memories were personal and contained, this felt expansive and hungry, something that could grow stronger by feeding on the fears it encountered. Hermione approached the phenomenon with characteristic analytical thoroughness, consulting every relevant text in their extensive library while cross-referencing the magical readings with known creature behaviors and habitats. What she discovered was both illuminating and alarming. The creature was almost certainly a boggart, but one that had grown far more powerful than such creatures typically managed in civilized areas. Mrs. Pemberton's assessment confirmed their worst suspicions. A boggart feeding on 8 years of accumulated magical and emotional trauma could become genuinely dangerous rather than merely frightening, capable of physical manifestations that extended beyond illusion into actual magical assault. Left uncontrolled, it could threaten the entire neighborhood and potentially expose the magical world to mundane authorities who would be completely unprepared to handle such a crisis. More immediately problematic, the creature's presence would attract attention from ministry officials who would want to investigate why such a powerful dark creature had appeared in an area where Harry Potter was known to be living. Any official response would inevitably lead to questions about Harry and Hermione's current arrangements, their magical development, and their ability to handle dangerous situations independently. The crisis demanded immediate action, but it also presented an opportunity to demonstrate that their magical education had prepared them for exactly the kinds of challenges that justified their independence from conventional supervision and protection. Harry's instinctive response to the boggart's presence was both powerful and problematic. His magic reacted to the perceived threat with the kind of defensive intensity that had emerged during previous crisis situations, but defensive magic alone would not resolve a situation that required specific knowledge and technique rather than raw magical power. Hermione's research revealed the theoretical framework necessary for dealing with boggarts safely and effectively. The creatures fed on fear and were vulnerable to laughter and positive emotions, but they required careful handling to avoid transforming simple fear into more dangerous forms of psychological assault. Traditional boggart removal involved specific spells and techniques that required both magical competence and emotional control under pressure. The challenge facing them was not just magical, but educational. Could 2 8-year-old children, regardless of their advanced abilities, handle a situation that typically required adult magical intervention? More importantly, could they do so in ways that demonstrated competence rather than recklessness, proper magical education rather than dangerous experimentation? Mrs. Pemberton's guidance proved crucial in transforming potential crisis into genuine learning opportunity. Rather than attempting to handle the boggart themselves or calling for immediate adult intervention, she helped them develop a systematic approach that would allow them to address the situation safely while demonstrating their magical competence to any officials who might investigate the incident. The plan they developed combined Hermione's theoretical knowledge with Harry's instinctive abilities, Mrs. Pemberton's supervisory expertise, and backup support from their adult ally network. They would contain and remove the boggart using established magical protocols, but with modifications that reflected their particular abilities and circumstances. Hermione would provide magical theory and strategic planning, ensuring that their approach followed established safety protocols while adapting standard techniques to their specific situation. Harry would provide magical power and instinctive responsiveness, allowing them to handle unexpected developments or complications that exceeded theoretical preparation. Mrs. Pemberton would supervise and provide emergency intervention if their approach proved inadequate or dangerous, ensuring safety while allowing them to demonstrate their capabilities as fully as possible. Most importantly, Andromeda Tonks and Augusta Longbottom would be present as witnesses who could provide testimony about the children's competence and safety consciousness to any ministry officials who investigated the incident. The actual confrontation with the boggart took place on a grey Saturday morning, with all participants prepared for multiple possible outcomes ranging from complete success to emergency evacuation. Harry and Hermione approached the abandoned house with careful attention to safety protocols, magical monitoring, and systematic documentation of everything they encountered. The boggart's initial manifestation exceeded even their worst expectations. Rather than taking a single fearsome form, it seemed to cycle through multiple terror-inducing shapes that reflected not just immediate fears, but deep psychological traumas that both children had worked hard to overcome. Harry saw Uncle Vernon's purple face contorted with rage, Dudley's fists raised in threat, the dark cupboard that had confined him for so many years. Hermione confronted visions of her parents' disappointed faces, academic failure, social rejection, and perhaps most terrifying magical abilities spiraling out of control in ways that hurt people she cared about. The emotional impact was overwhelming, but their months of magical training and partnership had prepared them for exactly this kind of challenge. Rather than succumbing to individual fears, they supported each other through the psychological assault while implementing the magical techniques they had studied and practiced. Hermione's analytical approach allowed her to maintain enough objectivity to recognize patterns in the boggart's behavior and identify opportunities for applying the techniques they had prepared. Harry's instinctive magic provided power and responsiveness that allowed them to adapt their approach as circumstances changed. Most importantly, their partnership allowed them to transform individual vulnerabilities into collaborative strengths. Where Harry's fears centered on powerlessness and abandonment, Hermione's presence provided evidence of support and agency. Where Hermione's fears focused on failure and inadequacy, Harry's confidence in her abilities provided reassurance and validation. The turning point came when they stopped trying to fight their individual fears and began addressing the boggart as a shared challenge that required combined efforts rather than separate responses. Working together, they were able to transform the creature's manifestations from terrifying threats into increasingly ridiculous situations that could be met with genuine laughter rather than forced bravado. The boggart's final form was almost anticlimactic, a confused, diminished creature that seemed as surprised by its circumstances as anyone else, easily contained using standard magical protocols and safely removed to appropriate magical wildlife facilities where it could be properly managed. The entire confrontation lasted less than 30 minutes, but it demonstrated magical competence, emotional resilience, and collaborative problem-solving that exceeded most adult expectations for children their age. More importantly, it provided documented evidence of their ability to handle dangerous magical situations safely and effectively. The ministry response was swift and comprehensive, exactly as they had anticipated. Senior officials arrived within hours to investigate reports of dark creature activity in a residential area, conduct magical residue analysis, and interview all relevant parties about what had occurred and how it had been handled. The investigation that followed was more thorough than anything they had previously encountered from magical authorities. Every aspect of their response to the boggart crisis was examined, from their initial detection and assessment through their planning process to their actual magical intervention and post-incident safety protocols. What the investigators found challenged their assumptions about what children were capable of accomplishing with proper education and support. Harry and Hermione had not just survived a dangerous encounter, but had handled it with systematic preparation, careful execution, and results that exceeded most adult magical intervention in similar circumstances. The documentation they provided demonstrated sophisticated understanding of creature behavior, appropriate application of magical theory, and responsible attention to safety considerations that protected both themselves and the surrounding community. Their approach had been neither reckless nor overly cautious, but precisely calibrated to address the actual situation they faced. More impressively, their collaborative magical work had produced effects that neither child could have achieved individually. Hermione's analytical approach had provided strategic framework that made Harry's instinctive abilities more effective and controlled. Harry's intuitive magic had enhanced Hermione's theoretical knowledge with practical responsiveness that standard education rarely achieved. Senior investigator Kingsley Shacklebolt, who led the Ministry response team, found himself confronting evidence that challenged fundamental assumptions about magical education and child development. The competence displayed by Harry and Hermione suggested that exceptional children might actually be safer and more effective under alternative educational arrangements that respected their abilities rather than conventional supervision that assumed their incompetence. The conversation with Shacklebolt extended well beyond routine incident investigation into broader discussion of magical education policy and child welfare frameworks. He was genuinely interested in understanding how Harry and Hermione's educational arrangements had prepared them for handling situations that typically required adult intervention, and whether their approaches could be adapted for other exceptional children. Hermione's responses to his questions demonstrated not just impressive individual knowledge, but sophisticated understanding of educational theory and child development that informed their approach to magical learning. She could explain not just what they had accomplished, but why their methods worked, and how they could be systematically applied in other situations. Harry's contributions revealed the practical dimensions of magical education that theoretical approaches often missed. His experience with instinctive magic provided insights into how magical abilities actually developed and functioned under real-world conditions, rather than the controlled circumstances that most formal education assumed. Mrs. Pemberton's documentation of their educational progress provided evidence that their competence was not accidental or exceptional luck, but the result of systematic instruction that had been carefully designed to address their particular needs and abilities. Most significantly, the adult witnesses could testify that the children's response to the Boggart crisis had been planned, supervised, and executed with attention to safety and proper procedures, rather than reckless experimentation or unsupervised risk-taking. The investigation's conclusion marked a turning point in official magical attitudes toward Harry and Hermione's independence and educational arrangements. Rather than viewing their circumstances as temporary solutions that would eventually be replaced by conventional alternatives, Ministry officials began considering whether their success might justify permanent recognition of alternative approaches to magical child welfare. Senior investigator Shacklebolt's formal report recommended that Harry and Hermione's educational arrangements be recognized as innovative pilot programs that could inform broader reforms in magical education policy. Their demonstrated competence had earned them not just continued independence, but official acknowledgement that exceptional children might require exceptional solutions that exceeded conventional institutional capabilities. The Boggart incident became a case study used by magical educators and child welfare specialists to illustrate how proper preparation, adult support, and collaborative approaches could enable children to handle challenges that typically required adult intervention. More importantly, it provided evidence that independence and safety were not mutually exclusive when children received appropriate education and support. The weeks following the incident brought a series of consultations with magical education specialists who wanted to understand how Harry and Hermione's approaches could be adapted for other exceptional children. Their success was no longer viewed as an isolated achievement, but as evidence of possibilities that deserved systematic exploration and development. Educational institutions throughout magical Britain began developing programs that incorporated elements of their collaborative approach, their integration of theoretical and practical learning, and their emphasis on individual competence rather than institutional compliance. The changes were incremental rather than revolutionary, but they represented genuine movement toward educational approaches that respected children's capabilities rather than assuming their limitations. Most importantly for Harry and Hermione personally, the Boggart incident had demonstrated that their magical education had prepared them for real-world challenges rather than just academic exercises. They were not just exceptionally intelligent children who had learned impressive magical theory, but competent young wizards who could apply their knowledge effectively under pressure. The confidence that came from proven competence transformed their relationship with magical authorities from defensive advocacy for their independence to collaborative consultation about how their approaches could benefit other children. They were no longer exceptional cases requiring special handling, but educational pioneers whose work could inform systematic improvements in magical child welfare. As spring arrived at Mrs. Pemberton's transformed home, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had achieved something unprecedented in magical education. Recognition that children could be partners in their own safety and development rather than passive recipients of adult protection and instruction. Their partnership had survived every test that circumstances or authorities could devise, and their independence had been transformed from controversial experiment into proven educational model. The magical world was beginning to understand that exceptional children deserved educational opportunities that matched their abilities rather than restrictions that assumed their incompetence. The next phase of their journey would involve not just continued personal development, but active participation in reforming magical education systems to better serve all children whose needs exceeded conventional frameworks. They had proven that alternative approaches could work, and now they had the opportunity to ensure that other children could benefit from similar innovations. It was enormous work for two 8-year-old children, but they had repeatedly demonstrated that exceptional circumstances could produce exceptional capabilities when supported by partnership, determination, and adults who respected potential rather than limiting it. They were no longer just surviving difficult circumstances or creating individual solutions to personal problems. They were pioneers of new approaches to magical education and child welfare that could reshape how magical society understood children's capacities and rights. The revolution that had started in a library and survived every institutional challenge was beginning to transform the very systems that had once seemed impossible to change. And it was being led by two children who had refused to accept that exceptional needs could only be met through conventional means. The invitation from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic arrived on an unseasonably warm morning in early May, its elegant parchment bearing the distinctive silver and blue seal that marked correspondence from one of Europe's most prestigious magical educational institutions. The letter was addressed jointly to Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, acknowledging from its very greeting that their educational partnership had become internationally recognized as something worthy of institutional attention. Madame Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons, had written personally to invite both children for a comprehensive educational assessment that could lead to early admission under their exceptional circumstances program. The invitation was unprecedented in several ways. Beauxbatons rarely considered students younger than 11, never admitted students as a bonded pair, and typically required traditional family arrangements rather than the innovative guardianship structure that governed Harry and Hermione's current circumstances. But their success in handling the Boggart crisis, combined with testimonials from ministry officials and detailed documentation of their educational achievements, had convinced the Beauxbatons administration that conventional admission criteria might be inadequate for evaluating truly exceptional candidates. Hermione read the invitation with the systematic thoroughness she applied to all important documents, her analytical mind immediately cataloguing both opportunities and implications. Beauxbatons offered educational resources that exceeded anything available through their current arrangements: access to advanced magical instruction, specialized libraries, international magical communities, and formal credentials that would be recognized throughout the magical world. But acceptance would also mean leaving behind everything they had built with Mrs. Pemberton, potentially separating from the adult allies who had supported their independence, and submitting to institutional structures that might not respect the autonomy they had fought so hard to achieve. Harry's response was more visceral and immediate. After 8 years of adults making decisions about his education and living arrangements without consulting his preferences, the invitation felt simultaneously exciting and threatening. Beauxbatons represented opportunities he had never imagined having access to, but it also represented potential loss of control over decisions that had become central to his identity and happiness. Mrs. Pemberton's assessment of the invitation was characteristically balanced and insightful. Beauxbatons was genuinely committed to educational excellence and had a reputation for treating exceptional students with respect and flexibility. If Harry and Hermione were serious about pursuing advanced magical education, institutional resources would eventually become necessary, regardless of how successful their independent arrangements had been. More importantly, their consideration by Beauxbatons represented recognition that alternative educational approaches could produce results that exceeded traditional methods, rather than requiring remedial intervention to correct deficiencies. The conversation that followed extended over several days and covered not just the immediate decision about Beauxbatons, but broader questions about their long-term educational goals and the role they wanted institutional credentials to play in their futures. Hermione approached the decision with characteristic strategic thinking. If they were going to advocate for educational reform that benefited other exceptional children, they needed to understand institutional systems well enough to work within them, rather than simply criticizing from outside. Experience with prestigious magical schools would provide credibility and connections that could amplify their influence, rather than limiting their autonomy. Harry's perspective focused more on the partnership they had built and the importance of ensuring that institutional opportunities enhanced rather than replaced the collaborative relationship that had become central to both their magical development and personal happiness. The solution they developed reflected the innovative thinking that had characterized their approach to every previous challenge. Rather than accepting or rejecting the Beauxbatons' invitation outright, they proposed a visit that would allow them to assess the institution while giving Beauxbatons administrators opportunity to understand their particular needs and educational philosophy. If the visit revealed genuine compatibility between their approaches and institutional offerings, they could negotiate admission terms that preserved their partnership while providing access to advanced resources. If institutional requirements proved incompatible with their established patterns of learning and collaboration, they could continue developing alternative arrangements that built on their proven success. The preparation for their Beauxbatons visit required weeks of careful planning that addressed everything from travel logistics to diplomatic protocols to educational assessment strategies. They would be representing not just their own interests, but the viability of alternative educational approaches that could influence policy decisions throughout the magical education community. Hermione threw herself into research about Beauxbatons' history, educational philosophy, admission standards, and institutional culture with the intensity of someone preparing for the most important academic evaluation of her life. Her notebooks filled with detailed analysis of curriculum structures, teaching methodologies, student life arrangements, and graduation requirements that could affect both immediate decision-making and long-term educational planning. Harry concentrated on developing magical demonstrations that could showcase not just his individual abilities, but the collaborative techniques he and Hermione had developed together. If Beauxbatons was going to evaluate their educational partnership, they needed to demonstrate that their combined magical work exceeded what either child could accomplish independently. Mrs. Pemberton provided guidance that balanced practical preparation with emotional support for what would certainly be one of the most challenging experiences of their young lives. They would be evaluated not just as individual students, but as representatives of educational approaches that challenged fundamental assumptions about how magical children should be taught and supervised. The journey to Beauxbatons Academy took place in early June, using portkey transportation that provided Harry and Hermione with their first experience of international magical travel. The transition from suburban England to the pastoral French countryside where Beauxbatons was located felt like stepping into an entirely different world, one where magic was integrated into daily life rather than carefully hidden from mundane observation. The academy itself exceeded even Hermione's extensive research in both scale and elegance. The palace-like structures surrounded by perfectly manicured grounds suggested institutional resources that could provide educational opportunities they had never imagined having access to. But the formality and grandeur also raised questions about whether such an institution could accommodate the flexibility and innovation that had characterized their independent learning. Madame Maxime received them in her office with a combination of professional curiosity and personal warmth that immediately put both children at ease despite their nervousness about the assessment process. Her questions demonstrated genuine interest in understanding their educational partnership rather than evaluating them according to standard admission criteria. The conversation that followed covered territory that exceeded typical admissions interviews in both depth and scope. Madame Maxime wanted to understand not just their magical abilities and academic achievements, but their approaches to collaborative learning, their experiences with institutional authority, and their long-term goals for using their education to benefit the broader magical community. Hermione's responses revealed sophisticated understanding of educational theory and magical development that impressed even faculty members who specialized in advanced instruction. Her analysis of their learning methods demonstrated not just personal success, but insights that could inform institutional approaches to teaching exceptional students. Harry's contributions highlighted the practical dimensions of magical education that theoretical approaches often overlooked. His experience with instinctive magic and crisis response provided perspectives on magical development that could enhance formal curriculum design, while challenging assumptions about how magical abilities actually functioned under real-world conditions. Most importantly, their demonstrations of collaborative magical work revealed capabilities that exceeded anything Beauxbatons faculty had previously encountered from students their age. Their combined efforts produced effects that required not just individual competence, but genuine partnership skills that enhanced both magical power and precision control. The formal assessment process extended over 3 days and included evaluation of magical abilities, academic knowledge, collaborative skills, and psychological readiness for institutional education. Every aspect of their partnership was examined, from their approaches to magical practice, through their methods for resolving conflicts, to their strategies for supporting each other during challenging situations. What the assessment revealed challenged Beauxbatons faculty assumptions about what children were capable of achieving with appropriate support and education. Harry and Hermione demonstrated not just advanced individual abilities, but collaborative competence that suggested entirely new possibilities for how magical education could be structured to enhance partnership skills alongside individual development. More significantly, their success highlighted inadequacies in conventional educational approaches that assumed individual competition rather than collaborative learning, institutional authority rather than student autonomy, and standardized instruction rather than customized approaches that addressed particular needs and learning styles. The conversations with Beauxbatons faculty that followed their assessment moved beyond routine admissions evaluation into broader consultation about educational innovation and institutional reform. Faculty members who specialized in advanced magical instruction found themselves learning from 2 8-year-old children whose approaches to magical development exceeded anything available through traditional curricula. Professor Fleur Delacour, who supervised advanced charms instruction, was particularly intrigued by their collaborative magical techniques and their integration of theoretical knowledge with practical application. Her questions revealed genuine interest in understanding how their methods could be adapted for use with other exceptional students, rather than simply evaluating whether they met existing admission standards. Professor Nicolas Flamel, whose expertise in advanced magical theory was legendary throughout the international magical education community, conducted detailed discussions with both children about their approaches to magical research and development. His assessment focused less on what they had already accomplished than on their potential for contributing to magical knowledge and innovation throughout their continued education. Most importantly, Madame Maxime herself spent extensive time exploring their perspectives on institutional education and their requirements for maintaining the partnership that had become central to their magical development and personal happiness. The conclusion that emerged from days of assessment and consultation was both gratifying and complex. Beauxbatons faculty unanimously agreed that Harry and Hermione possessed magical abilities and educational achievements that justified early admission under exceptional circumstances. Their collaborative approaches had impressed faculty members who specialized in advanced instruction, and their insights into educational methodology had informed discussions about institutional innovation that could benefit all students. However, the admission offer that Beauxbatons extended was unlike anything the institution had previously arranged. Rather than requiring Harry and Hermione to adapt their approaches to institutional expectations, Beauxbatons proposed creating specialized programs that could accommodate their partnership while providing access to advanced resources and instruction. They would be admitted as collaborative students whose education emphasized joint projects and shared learning experiences rather than individual competition and evaluation. Their curriculum would be customized to address their particular abilities and interests, rather than requiring compliance with standardized requirements that might not serve their educational goals. Most importantly, they would be recognized as educational partners whose approaches could inform institutional practices rather than simply recipients of instruction who needed to conform to established methods and expectations. The offer was both exciting and daunting. Beauxbatons represented opportunities for advanced magical education that exceeded anything available through their current arrangements, but accepting would mean significant changes to living situations, adult relationships, and the independence they had worked so hard to achieve. More complexly, success at Beauxbatons could establish their credibility for advocating educational reform throughout the magical community, but it could also separate them from the grassroots advocacy work they had been developing with Mrs. Pemberton and their adult ally network. The decision required careful consideration of not just immediate educational opportunities, but long-term goals for using their achievements to benefit other exceptional children who might not have access to comparable resources or support. Hermione's analysis of the decision focused on strategic considerations about how Beauxbatons experience could enhance their long-term effectiveness as advocates for educational reform. Institutional credentials and connections could provide platforms for influencing policy decisions that affected thousands of magical children rather than just advocating for individual exceptions to standard practices. Harry's perspective emphasized the importance of maintaining their partnership and ensuring that institutional opportunities enhanced rather than replaced the collaborative relationship that had become central to both their magical development and personal happiness. Mrs. Pemberton's guidance helped them understand that the decision was not simply about accepting or rejecting Beauxbatons, but about negotiating arrangements that could serve both their individual educational needs and their broader goals for advocating systematic reform. The solution they developed reflected the innovative thinking that had characterized their approach to every previous challenge. They would accept Beauxbatons admission, but under terms that preserved their partnership with Mrs. Pemberton and their connections to the advocacy network they had been building in Britain. Their education would be split between institutional instruction at Beauxbatons and continued independent work with their established support network. They would spend part of each year at the academy, developing advanced magical abilities and institutional credibility while maintaining their base in Britain, where they could continue advocating for educational reform that benefited other exceptional children. Most importantly, their Beauxbatons experience would be structured as educational research that could inform development of alternative magical schools and programs rather than simply individual advancement that separated them from the advocacy work they had been developing. The arrangement was unprecedented in both its complexity and its recognition that exceptional children might require educational approaches that exceeded what any single institution could provide independently. But it represented exactly the kind of innovative thinking that had characterized their journey from desperate runaways to educational pioneers. As they prepared to begin their Beauxbatons experience, Harry and Hermione carried understanding that their success created responsibilities to other children who faced similar challenges without comparable resources or support. Their institutional education would be not just personal advancement, but preparation for leadership roles in reforming magical education systems to better serve all exceptional children. The partnership that had started in a library and survived every institutional challenge was entering a new phase that would test their ability to maintain collaborative relationships while accessing resources that could amplify their influence throughout the international magical education community. They were no longer just exceptional children who had achieved remarkable independence despite challenging circumstances. They were educational innovators whose work could reshape how magical societies understood children's capacities and rights, while providing models for institutional reform that could benefit future generations. The revolution that had started with two frightened children running from impossible situations was becoming a systematic movement for educational reform that could transform magical child welfare throughout the international community. And it was still being led by Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, working together to ensure that exceptional children everywhere could access education that respected their abilities rather than limiting their potential. 3 years had transformed the landscape of magical education throughout Europe in ways that would have been unimaginable when two 8-year-old children first met in a suburban library. The changes were not dramatic or revolutionary in their immediate appearance, but they were fundamental and far-reaching, touching every aspect of how magical societies approached the education and welfare of exceptional children. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, now 11 years old and preparing for what would have been their first year at Hogwarts under conventional circumstances, had spent the intervening years splitting their time between Beauxbatons Academy, intensive private tutoring, and advanced magical research projects that positioned them at the forefront of magical education innovation. The library where their partnership had begun remained their symbolic and practical home base, though Mrs. Adelaide Pemberton's Victorian house had been expanded and renovated to accommodate the stream of visitors who came to observe and learn from the educational approaches that had produced such remarkable results. On a crisp September morning that marked exactly 3 years since their first meeting, Harry and Hermione returned to the little whinging public library for a ceremony that would formally recognize their contributions to magical education reform, while celebrating the broader changes their success had inspired throughout the international magical community. The library itself had been transformed into a space that served multiple functions without losing its essential character as a sanctuary for learning and discovery. The main reading rooms still maintained their quiet atmosphere of scholarly contemplation, but new sections had been added that provided resources for magical research, consultation spaces for educational planning, and meeting areas where families could access support services that addressed the complex needs of exceptional magical children. Mrs. Pemberton, now recognized as one of the leading experts in alternative magical education, moved through the preparations with the satisfied efficiency of someone who had spent 3 years watching impossible dreams become practical realities. The ceremony they were preparing to host would bring together magical educators, child welfare specialists, ministry officials, and international representatives who had come to understand that the innovations pioneered by Harry and Hermione represented the future of magical education rather than interesting exceptions to standard practices. The transformation in their own circumstances was both dramatic and subtle. Physically, they had grown into the kind of confident, articulate young people who commanded attention in any room they entered. Their magical abilities had developed to levels that impressed adult experts, while remaining carefully controlled and purposefully applied. Their intellectual sophistication had expanded to encompass not just magical theory and practice, but educational philosophy, legal advocacy, and political strategy. More importantly, they had maintained the partnership that had been central to their success from the beginning, while developing individual identities and capabilities that complemented rather than competed with each other. Harry had evolved into someone whose instinctive magical abilities were enhanced rather than constrained by formal education, whose financial resources were used strategically to support educational innovation rather than personal luxury, and whose fame in the magical world had been transformed from burden into platform for advocacy that benefited other exceptional children. His work at Beauxbatons had focused on developing magical techniques that integrated instinctive and formal approaches to spellwork, creating methods that could be taught to other students whose abilities didn't fit conventional instructional models. His research had contributed to curriculum modifications that were now being implemented at magical schools throughout Europe, making formal education more accessible to children whose learning styles had previously been considered problematic. Hermione had become the kind of systematic thinker whose analytical approaches could be applied to any complex problem, from magical theory through legal advocacy to educational policy development. Her work had produced publications that were used by magical educators and child welfare specialists throughout the international community, establishing her as a recognized expert despite her young age. Her collaboration with her parents had evolved into a model for how magical and mundane families could maintain strong relationships while respecting the special needs of magical children. Dr. Daniel and Dr. Monica Granger had become advocates within mundane professional communities for understanding and supporting families affected by magical abilities, creating resources that helped other parents navigate the complex challenges of raising children whose needs exceeded conventional frameworks. But the most significant transformation was in the broader magical education community's understanding of what children were capable of achieving when provided with appropriate support and respect for their individual capabilities. The ceremony that morning would recognize achievements that extended far beyond Harry and Hermione's personal success to encompass systematic changes that affected thousands of magical children throughout Europe and beyond. The first major change was in legal frameworks governing magical child placement and education. The precedents established by Harry and Hermione's legal challenges to conventional guardianship and educational arrangements had been codified into comprehensive reforms that provided all magical children with rights to participate in decisions about their own education and living arrangements. Children could no longer be placed in circumstances that ignored their magical development needs or their personal preferences without extensive justification and ongoing monitoring. Adult authorities retained responsibility for child welfare, but they were required to demonstrate that their decisions actually served children's interests rather than simply conforming to institutional conveniences. Most importantly, children who could demonstrate sufficient competence and maturity could petition for alternative arrangements that provided appropriate support while respecting their autonomy and their right to shape their own futures. The second major change was in educational approaches that recognized individual differences rather than requiring conformity to standardized expectations. Magical schools throughout Europe had developed programs that could accommodate students whose abilities, learning styles, or circumstances made conventional instruction inappropriate. Collaborative learning programs allowed students to work together in ways that enhanced individual development while building partnership skills. Accelerated instruction provided advanced students with appropriate challenges rather than forcing them to wait for age-based progression. Alternative assessment methods recognized different types of competence rather than requiring all students to demonstrate abilities according to identical criteria. Perhaps most significantly, magical schools had begun recruiting faculty who specialized in working with exceptional students, creating career paths for educators whose interests and abilities focused on innovation rather than institutional maintenance. The third major change was in support systems for magical families whose circumstances exceeded conventional frameworks. The advocacy network that had formed around Harry and Hermione's situation had evolved into comprehensive programs that provided legal representation, educational consultation, family therapy, and financial assistance for families dealing with exceptional magical children. Parents who discovered that their children possessed unusual magical abilities no longer faced isolation and confusion about available resources. Support groups connected families with similar challenges, while educational consultants helped them navigate systems that had previously been accessible only to people with extensive knowledge of magical bureaucracy. Most importantly, the success of alternative arrangements had reduced the stigma associated with unconventional family structures, making it possible for magical families to choose approaches that served their actual needs, rather than conforming to social expectations about how families were supposed to function. The ceremony itself brought together representatives from throughout the international magical education community who had come to recognize Harry and Hermione not just as exceptional students, but as pioneers whose work had informed comprehensive reforms in how magical societies approached child welfare and education. Madame Olympe Maxime, representing Beauxbatons Academy, spoke about the institutional changes that had resulted from working with students who challenged traditional assumptions about magical education. The collaborative learning programs that Harry and Hermione had helped develop were now serving dozens of exceptional students whose needs had previously been considered impossible to address within institutional frameworks. Professor McGonagall, representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, acknowledged that their rejection of conventional placement had forced magical education institutions to examine whether their practices actually served student welfare or simply maintained institutional traditions. The reforms that had resulted from this examination had improved educational outcomes for all students, while creating new opportunities for those whose needs exceeded standard offerings. Senior investigator Kingsley Shacklebolt, representing the Ministry of Magic, described legal and policy changes that had transformed magical child welfare from system that prioritized institutional authority into framework that balanced adult responsibility with respect for children's rights and capabilities. But the most significant recognition came from International Confederation of Wizards representatives, who announced that the educational innovations pioneered by Harry and Hermione would be studied and adapted for implementation throughout the global magical community. Their success had demonstrated that exceptional children could thrive under alternative arrangements that respected their capabilities while providing appropriate support and protection. More importantly, their advocacy work had shown that individual success could be leveraged to create systematic changes that benefited thousands of other children facing similar challenges. The formal ceremony concluded with Harry and Hermione's presentation of their own assessment of what they had accomplished and what remained to be achieved in reforming magical education and child welfare systems. Hermione's address focused on the systematic changes that were still needed to ensure that all magical children, regardless of their circumstances or capabilities, could access education that served their individual needs rather than requiring conformity to institutional expectations. Her analysis was both comprehensive and practical, outlining specific policy recommendations that could be implemented immediately, as well as longer-term reforms that would require sustained advocacy and resource development. Harry's contribution emphasized the personal dimensions of educational reform and the importance of ensuring that systematic changes actually improved individual children's lives, rather than simply creating new forms of bureaucratic complexity. His perspective highlighted how policy decisions affected real families and real children whose futures depended on adults' willingness to prioritize welfare over convenience. Together, they presented their long-term commitment to continued advocacy for educational reform that would benefit future generations of magical children who deserved opportunities to develop their abilities and shape their own futures, regardless of how conventional or unconventional their needs and circumstances might be. The afternoon brought private conversations with the adults who had supported their journey from desperate runaways to internationally recognized educational innovators. Mrs. Pemberton, Andromeda Tonks, Augusta Longbottom, and the Granger family gathered in the library's consultation room to reflect on what had been achieved and what lay ahead. The conversation covered both celebration of remarkable success and realistic assessment of challenges that remained to be addressed. The changes they had accomplished were significant and far-reaching, but comprehensive reform of magical education and child welfare systems would require sustained effort over many years. More personally, Harry and Hermione faced decisions about their own continued education and development that would affect not just their individual futures, but their continued effectiveness as advocates for other exceptional children. Their success at Beauxbatons had opened opportunities for advanced magical study that could prepare them for leadership roles in magical education reform. International magical universities were courting them for early admission to programs that could provide credentials and connections necessary for influencing policy decisions throughout the global magical community. But they also had opportunities to continue developing the grassroots advocacy work that had been central to their mission from the beginning. The support networks they had helped establish needed continued leadership and development to ensure that individual families could access resources and representation that would help them navigate systems that remained complex and sometimes hostile to innovation. The decision they reached reflected the strategic thinking that had characterized their approach to every previous challenge. They would pursue advanced education that could enhance their long-term effectiveness as advocates while maintaining their commitment to direct service that helped individual families and children facing circumstances similar to those they had experienced. Their future plans included continued collaboration with international magical education institutions, expanded research into innovative teaching and learning methods, and leadership development for other exceptional children who could carry forward the work of educational reform. Most importantly, they would maintain the partnership that had been central to their success while developing individual expertise and capabilities that could address different aspects of the comprehensive reforms needed to transform magical child welfare throughout the international community. As evening settled over the library where their partnership had begun, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger reflected on the extraordinary journey that had taken them from frightened children running from impossible circumstances to confident young people who had pioneered approaches to magical education that would influence policy and practice for generations to come. Their story had begun with two children who refused to accept that exceptional needs could only be met through conventional means. It had evolved into a systematic movement for educational reform that had transformed how magical societies understood children's capabilities and rights. The library around them bore witness to changes that extended far beyond their individual circumstances to encompass comprehensive reforms in magical education policy, legal frameworks that protected children's rights, support systems that helped magical families navigate complex challenges, and institutional innovations that served individual needs rather than requiring conformity to standardized expectations. But the most important transformation was in their own understanding of what partnership could accomplish when combined with determination, careful planning, and adults who respected potential rather than limiting it. They had proven that exceptional children deserved exceptional solutions, that individual success could leverage systematic change, and that innovative approaches to education could produce outcomes that exceeded anything conventional methods had achieved. As they prepared for the next phase of their journey toward full independence and continued advocacy for magical education reform, Harry and Hermione carried the knowledge that their partnership had created something unprecedented and valuable that would continue influencing magical child welfare long after their own educational journey was complete. The revolution that had started in a library with two desperate children had become a comprehensive transformation of magical education that would benefit future generations of exceptional children who deserved opportunities to develop their abilities and shape their own futures according to their individual needs and aspirations. And it had been accomplished through partnership, determination, and the conviction that children could be allies in creating solutions rather than simply recipients of adult decisions about what was best for them. The future stretched ahead with unlimited possibilities for continued advocacy, educational innovation, and systematic reform that would ensure that no magical child would ever again be forced to choose between their abilities and their happiness, between their potential and their safety, between their needs and adult convenience. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had created that future together, and they would continue building it together for as long as exceptional children needed advocates who understood that innovation and determination could overcome any institutional resistance to necessary change. The steam from Mrs. Pemberton's tea kettle created small clouds against the library's tall windows, blurring the grey world outside into something softer and less defined. She moved through her small kitchen with the practiced efficiency of someone who had spent decades turning simple gestures into comfort for troubled souls. 2 cups, not the usual one. Extra sugar, because children in crisis needed sweetness. Sandwiches with the good butter and jam, because sometimes small kindnesses could build the foundation for larger healings. In the children's section, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger sat cross-legged on the worn carpet, their voices barely above whispers as they shared secrets that felt too dangerous for normal volume. The space between them had shrunk during their conversation until their knees were almost touching, creating a small circle of trust in the vast quiet of the library. "When did you first know?" Hermione asked, her analytical mind already trying to establish patterns and timelines. "That what was happening to you wasn't normal, I mean." Harry considered this with the careful deliberation of someone who had spent most of his life being told that his experiences were lies or delusions. "I think I always knew it wasn't normal, but I thought it meant I was broken somehow. My aunt and uncle, they always said I was a freak, that strange things happened around freaks, and that if I just tried harder to be normal, the strangeness would stop. But it didn't stop," Hermione said, and it wasn't a question. It got stronger. Harry's voice carried the weight of years of confusion and self-blame. "Especially when I was upset or angry or scared, which was most of the time living with them." Hermione nodded with the understanding of someone who had conducted her own extensive internal research on the subject. "For me, it started when I was very young, maybe 5 or 6. Small things at first, making my hair curl the way I wanted it, or making books I couldn't reach float down from high shelves. My parents thought I was incredibly clever at climbing and very creative with hairstyling. They didn't see it happen? They did sometimes. But adults have remarkable abilities to convince themselves they didn't see what they actually saw." Hermione's tone carried a frustration that went deeper than her 8 years should have allowed. They would create elaborate explanations for things that had simple, impossible answers. Harry understood this completely. The number of times Uncle Vernon had blamed freaky weather or electrical problems for things that Harry knew perfectly well he had caused was beyond counting. "What changed? What made you decide to leave?" Hermione was quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing patterns on the carpet. When she spoke, her voice carried the careful precision of someone who had thought about this question extensively. "Yesterday, I was in my room, reading ahead in my mathematics books. They're intended for children several years older than me, but the problems are still quite simple. I finished a week's worth of assignments in about 20 minutes, and I was feeling frustrated that everything was always too easy, too slow. I wished, very specifically, that I could find work that would actually challenge me." She paused, her expression growing more intense. "The next thing I knew, the books on my shelf began rearranging themselves, not randomly, but according to difficulty level. Mathematics texts, science books, even my literature collection, all organizing themselves from beginner to advanced. Books I had never seen before appeared, complex texts on subjects I had only read about in simplified children's versions." Harry's eyes widened. "Books appeared? From where?" "That's what I asked myself. And when I examined them, I found library stamps from institutions I had never heard of. Schools with names like Beauxbaton and Durmstrang and Hogwarts." Hermione's voice dropped even lower. Schools that, when I tried to research them at my local library, seemed not to exist at all. The silence that followed was filled with the weight of implications neither child was quite ready to voice. In the distance, they could hear Mrs. Pemberton moving about, the soft clink of china and the whisper of pages being turned. Normal sounds in a moment that felt anything but normal. "Where are the books now?" Harry asked. "Gone. When I woke up this morning, they had vanished just as mysteriously as they had appeared. My parents found my room perfectly normal, with only my usual books arranged in their usual places." Hermione met his gaze directly. "They thought I had been dreaming, but I know what I saw, and I know what I felt when those books appeared. It was the same feeling I get whenever the impossible things happen." Harry felt something shift in his chest, a recognition so profound it was almost physical. Here was someone who understood not just the strangeness of impossible things happening, but the deeper isolation of having those experiences dismissed or explained away by people who were supposed to care about truth. "I've felt that feeling too," he said quietly, "like the air gets thicker, or like there's electricity just under your skin, right before something impossible happens." "Exactly." Hermione leaned forward, her eyes bright with the excitement of finally having someone who understood. "And it's getting stronger, isn't it? More frequent?" "Much more frequent. My uncle says it's because I'm getting older and more freakish. But I think—" Harry paused, trying to articulate something he had never spoken aloud. "I think it might be because I'm getting closer to understanding what it really is." Before Hermione could respond, they heard the soft approach of footsteps. Mrs. Pemberton appeared around the corner of the stacks carrying a tea tray that looked like something from a much more elegant establishment than a suburban public library. The china was delicate but not precious, the sandwiches cut into perfect triangles, and the steam from the teapot carried the scent of something warm and soothing. "I thought you might be hungry," she said, settling the tray on a low table near their carpet corner. "It's been several hours since most people have their breakfast, and research is hungry work." Harry stared at the food with the wide-eyed expression of someone who had not expected kindness. In his experience, adults who noticed hungry children usually had lectures about proper meal schedules and family responsibilities, not solutions involving actual food. Hermione studied Mrs. Pemberton with the analytical intensity she applied to all new information. The librarian was perhaps 60, with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun and clothes that suggested both practicality and a certain quiet elegance. Her movements were efficient but not hurried, and there was something in her expression that suggested she had seen more unusual things than the average person might expect. "Thank you," Hermione said with careful politeness. "That's very kind, but we don't want to impose." "Nonsense." Mrs. Pemberton poured tea with the steady hands of long practice. "Libraries exist to serve their communities, and you are very clearly part of this community. Besides," she added with a slight smile, "I've been working here long enough to recognize when children are having important conversations. Important conversations require proper refreshment." She handed them each a cup of tea, perfectly sweetened and cooled to exactly the right temperature for drinking. Harry accepted his with the wonder of someone receiving an unexpected gift, while Hermione took hers with the careful gratitude of someone analyzing the gesture for hidden meanings. "Mrs. Pemberton," Hermione said, after taking a careful sip of tea, "how long have you been the librarian here?" 37 years this coming October." Mrs. Pemberton settled into a chair nearby, her own teacup balanced elegantly in her hands. "I started when I was fresh out of library school, all full of ideas about organizing the world through proper cataloguing and efficient information systems." "And now?" Harry asked, surprised by his own boldness in joining the conversation. "Now I understand that the most important part of library work isn't organizing books. It's recognizing when people need what books can provide, and sometimes what they need isn't information at all. Mrs. Pemberton's gaze moved between them, with the assessment of someone who had spent decades reading people as carefully as texts. Sometimes what they need is simply a safe place to exist while they figure out what comes next. The weight of her words settled over them like a warm blanket. Harry felt something in his chest loosen, a tension he hadn't even realized he was carrying. For the first time in his 8 years of life, an adult was offering him safety without conditions or explanations or demands for gratitude. Hermione set down her teacup with the precision that characterized all her movements. "Mrs. Pemberton, you said you recognize important conversations. What makes our conversation important?" Mrs. Pemberton smiled, and there was something in the expression that suggested she had been waiting for exactly this question. "Because, my dear, you're asking the right questions. Not just about legal rights or unusual phenomena, though those are certainly relevant. You're asking deeper questions about what it means to be different, and what you're supposed to do when the adults in your life don't understand the nature of your differences." "Have you seen many children asking those kinds of questions?" Harry asked. "A few, over the years." Mrs. Pemberton's tone was carefully neutral, but there was something in her eyes that suggested she was choosing her words with particular care. "Children who experience things that don't fit into neat categories. Children who find that the world is larger and stranger than most people want to admit." Hermione leaned forward, her analytical mind engaging fully. "What happened to those children? Did they find answers?" "Some did. The fortunate ones found communities where their particular gifts were understood and properly developed. Others—" Mrs. Pemberton paused, her expression growing sadder. "Others spent their lives trying to suppress parts of themselves that were meant to flourish." The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Harry found himself thinking about his cupboard under the stairs, about years of being told that the strange things that happened around him were evidence of something wrong and shameful. Hermione thought about her parents' loving but worried faces, about the careful way they tried to redirect her interests toward things they could understand and control. "Is there something we should know?" Hermione asked, with the directness that had characterized her entire short life. "About the kinds of differences we're discussing?" Mrs. Pemberton was quiet for a long moment, studying their faces with the expression of someone weighing consequences. Finally, she set down her teacup and folded her hands in her lap. "There are schools," she said carefully, "for children with particular talents. Schools that most people don't know about, because most people wouldn't understand or approve of the curriculum. These schools teach students how to develop and control abilities that conventional education systems consider impossible." Harry felt his heart begin to race. "What kinds of abilities?" "The kind that might cause books to rearrange themselves according to a person's wishes. The kind that might make glass disappear when someone is distressed." Mrs. Pemberton's voice was gentle but clear. "The kind that might make two children with extraordinary minds find each other in exactly the place they're most likely to get the help they need." Hermione stared at her, with the expression of someone watching puzzle pieces fall into place. "You're talking about magic." It wasn't a question, and Mrs. Pemberton didn't treat it as one. "I'm talking about talents that have been called by many names throughout history. Magic is one of them. Others include natural philosophy, applied metaphysics, and practical impossibility." She smiled slightly. "The name matters less than understanding that such talents exist, that they can be developed properly, and that children who possess them deserve education and support rather than fear or denial." Harry felt something that might have been hope beginning to unfurl in his chest. "And there are really schools for children like us?" "There are. Though I should mention that admission typically doesn't begin until age 11, and the application process can be—" She paused, choosing her words carefully, "complicated by family circumstances." The implication hung in the air between them. Both children understood immediately that their current family circumstances were about as complicated as circumstances could get. Harry was a runaway from an abusive home, and Hermione had left behind parents who loved her but didn't understand her. Neither situation suggested smooth sailing through official admission processes. "What would happen if we waited?" Hermione asked. "If we tried to go back to our families and pretend everything was normal until we were old enough for these schools?" Mrs. Pemberton's expression grew sad. "For some children, that works perfectly well. Their families are supportive, their talents remain manageable, and they arrive at school ready to learn. For others," she gestured gently toward them both, "for children whose talents are already strong, whose family situations are challenging, who have already begun asking the difficult questions, waiting can be much harder." "What's the alternative?" Harry asked, though part of him was afraid of the answer. "Learning to navigate a more complex world than most 8-year-olds ever encounter, making difficult decisions about family, education, and identity, taking responsibility for gifts that most adults struggle to understand." Mrs. Pemberton's voice was kind but serious. "It's not an easy path, but for some children, it's the only path that leads to genuine happiness and fulfillment." They sat in silence, processing implications that felt too large for the children's section of a suburban library. Around them, books waited patiently on their shelves, filled with stories of other people who had faced impossible choices and somehow found ways forward. Finally, Hermione spoke. "If we chose that path, if we decided we couldn't wait until 11, would we have help?" Mrs. Pemberton met her gaze directly. "You would have whatever help I could provide. I can't promise it would be easy, and I can't promise there wouldn't be complications, but I can promise that you wouldn't face it alone." Harry felt tears threatening and blinked them back fiercely. In his entire life, no adult had ever offered to help him without expecting something in return. The simple kindness of it was almost overwhelming. "Why?" he asked. "Why would you help us?" Mrs. Pemberton smiled, and for a moment her carefully composed expression softened into something much more personal. "Because 37 years ago, I was a frightened young woman who discovered that the world was much stranger and more wonderful than I had ever imagined. Because I learned that there are some gifts that wither without proper care, and some children who need advocates more than they need conventional wisdom." She paused, then added more quietly, "And because I believe that children who find each other in libraries are usually meant to accomplish extraordinary things together." The afternoon light was beginning to slant through the library's tall windows, casting long golden rectangles across the carpet where they sat. Outside, the rain had stopped, but the world still looked washed and new. Inside, 3 people who had been strangers that morning were beginning to form the kind of alliance that would reshape everything they thought they knew about possible and impossible, normal and extraordinary, family and belonging. Harry looked at Hermione, seeing in her face the same mixture of fear and excitement that was racing through his own chest. They were 8 years old, homeless, and apparently magical. By any reasonable measure, they should have been terrified. Instead, for the first time in either of their lives, they felt like they might actually be exactly where they belonged. "What do we do next?" Hermione asked, her voice steady, despite the magnitude of the question. Mrs. Pemberton stood and began clearing away the tea things. "Next, we make sure you have a safe place to sleep tonight and food in your stomachs. Tomorrow, we begin your real education." She paused at the edge of their carpet circle, looking down at them with an expression that was equal parts fondness and determination. "And we start making plans for a future that's entirely your own?" As she walked back toward her desk, Harry and Hermione remained sitting in their circle of trust, surrounded by books and possibility. Neither of them knew exactly what they had just committed to, but both of them understood that their lives had just changed in ways that could never be undone. And for the first time since leaving their respective homes that morning, neither of them wanted to change anything back. The morning of their second day arrived with the kind of crisp September clarity that made everything seem possible. Harry woke first, curled in the corner of Mrs. Pemberton's small office behind the reference desk, where she had made them a temporary bed with library cushions and her own spare blankets. For a moment he lay still in the grey dawn light filtering through the window, testing the reality of his situation. No cupboard walls pressed against his shoulders. No sounds of Uncle Vernon's morning rage echoed from above. Instead, there was only the gentle whisper of pages settling on shelves and the distant hum of the library's heating system coming to life. Hermione stirred beside him, her careful mind emerging from sleep with the methodical precision that characterized everything she did. She opened her eyes, assessed their surroundings, and sat up with the alert posture of someone ready to tackle whatever challenges the day might bring. They had spent the previous evening in careful planning. Mrs. Pemberton had provided not just shelter and food, but something far more valuable: information. She had explained about the magical world that existed parallel to the mundane one, about schools that taught impossible subjects, about children whose talents required special understanding. She had also been honest about the complexities they would face as 8-year-old runaways trying to navigate systems designed for older children with stable family situations. The conversation had been both enlightening and sobering. Yes, there were places where their abilities would be understood and nurtured. No, accessing those places would not be simple or straightforward. Yes, there were adults in the magical world who helped children in crisis. No, there was no guarantee that those adults would see Harry and Hermione's situation the same way they saw it themselves. This morning, they would begin the practical work of building a life that could sustain them while they figured out their long-term options. It was a daunting prospect for 2 8-year-olds, but both children had already survived circumstances that would have broken many adults. If anything, their previous experiences had taught them that self-reliance and careful planning were often more reliable than hoping for rescue. Mrs. Pemberton appeared in the doorway with a breakfast tray that looked suspiciously elaborate for someone who claimed to keep only basic provisions at the library. Fresh fruit, warm porridge, toast with jam, and tea served in china that belonged in a much fancier establishment than a suburban library. She set the tray on her desk and began arranging the meal with the quiet efficiency of someone accustomed to caring for others. Harry watched her movements with the fascination of someone who had never seen adults go to trouble for his comfort without expecting something in return. In his experience, food was either punishment withheld or grudgingly provided after chores were completed. The idea that someone might prepare a careful breakfast simply because children needed nutrition was revolutionary. Hermione observed Mrs. Pemberton with the analytical intensity she applied to all new information. There were details that didn't quite add up to the simple explanation of a kind librarian helping children in crisis. The quality of the china suggested resources beyond a public employee's salary. The ease with which she had accepted their magical abilities suggested knowledge that went deeper than theoretical understanding. The careful way she chose her words when discussing the magical world indicated personal experience rather than academic research. As they ate, Mrs. Pemberton spread a map of Little Whinging across her desk and began marking locations with a red pen. The library occupied a central position, but her annotations extended well beyond the building's immediate vicinity. Community centers, public facilities, shops where children might go unnoticed, areas to avoid during certain hours when truancy officers made their rounds. "This is your territory now," she explained. "You need to understand it completely if you want to move through it safely." Libraries are sanctuary spaces, but the rest of the world operates by different rules. You need to know where you can find help, where you can remain invisible, and where you might encounter people who would ask questions you're not ready to answer. Hermione studied the map with the intensity of a general planning a campaign. Her mind was already organizing the information into categories: daily necessities, safety considerations, long-term strategic positioning. She had read enough books about survival situations to understand that successful planning required both immediate tactical thinking and broader strategic vision. Harry traced routes between marked locations with his finger, memorizing not just the paths, but the alternatives, the shortcuts, the places where someone small could disappear if necessary. His years of avoiding Dudley's gang had taught him to think like prey. But Mrs. Pemberton was teaching him to think like someone with agency and choices. The practical lessons began immediately. Mrs. Pemberton showed them how to identify which public restrooms were cleanest and safest, how to access drinking water when the library was closed, how to recognize the difference between adults who might help and those who might cause problems. She explained the rhythms of suburban life, when neighborhoods were empty, when shops were busiest, when authorities were most likely to notice children who should have been in school. But the more interesting lessons were subtler. She taught them to read social situations, to understand when their presence was welcome and when they should make themselves scarce. She showed them how to move through public spaces with the confidence of people who belonged, rather than the furtive guilt of people hiding. Most importantly, she began teaching them to see themselves not as problems to be solved, but as people with legitimate needs and valid choices. The library itself became their classroom and laboratory. Mrs. Pemberton had worked there long enough to know every corner, every resource, every possibility for two intelligent children who needed to learn quickly. The reference section contained legal texts where Hermione could research children's rights and emancipation procedures. The periodical collection held newspapers and magazines where Harry could track local events and understand the broader context of their situation. More relevant to their immediate circumstances, she introduced them to resources they would never have found on their own. Hidden in the older sections of the collection were books that didn't appear in the standard catalogue, texts that discussed subjects most libraries would never acknowledge, folklore that read more like instruction manuals, historical accounts that suggested magic had always been present in the world, carefully hidden from those who couldn't or wouldn't understand. Hermione approached these texts with the same systematic thoroughness she applied to all learning, but with an intensity that betrayed how much these subjects meant to her. Finally, here were books that addressed questions she had been asking for years. Why did impossible things happen? How could someone learn to control them? What was the difference between random magical incidents and deliberate magical action? Harry's approach was more intuitive, but equally focused. He had spent his life being told that the strange things that happened around him were evidence of something wrong and shameful. Now, for the first time, he was reading about those same phenomena, described as natural talents that could be developed and refined. The shift in perspective was both liberating and overwhelming. Mrs. Pemberton guided their studies with the wisdom of someone who understood both the potential and the dangers of magical education for children their age. Too much too quickly could be overwhelming or dangerous. Too little would leave them frustrated and potentially unsafe. She helped them find the balance between satisfying their curiosity and ensuring they didn't attempt anything beyond their current abilities. The practical magic lessons began small and careful. Hermione, with her analytical approach, excelled at understanding the theoretical framework that governed magical action. She could explain why intention and emotion were crucial components, why some materials conducted magical energy better than others, why certain times of day and weather conditions affected the strength of magical workings. Harry's gifts were more intuitive and immediate. His magic responded to need and emotion rather than careful planning, which made it both more powerful and more unpredictable. Mrs. Pemberton worked with him on developing awareness of his emotional states, helping him recognize the physical sensations that preceded magical activity, so he could choose whether to encourage or suppress it. Together, they learned basic control exercises, moving small objects through intentional focus rather than accidental emotion, generating light without electrical sources, creating warmth when they were cold, simple skills that could make an enormous difference in their daily survival, but also skills that began teaching them to see magic as a tool rather than a mysterious force beyond their control. The afternoon brought their first real test of these developing abilities. They had been practicing light generation when Harry noticed movement outside the library's main windows. A uniformed officer was walking up the front path, moving with the purposeful stride of someone on official business. Mrs. Pemberton saw him at the same moment and immediately shifted into action. The books they had been studying vanished into locked drawers with remarkable speed. The comfortable chairs where they had been sitting were quickly rearranged to look more formal. In less than 30 seconds, the cozy study session had been transformed into something that looked like a routine library visit. "Hide," Mrs. Pemberton whispered to them. "Not because you've done anything wrong, but because some conversations are easier to have without children present." Harry and Hermione found themselves crouched behind the reference desk, hearts racing with the familiar terror of potential discovery. But this felt different from their previous experiences of hiding from authority figures. They weren't alone, and they weren't defenseless. Mrs. Pemberton was handling the situation with calm competence, and they had each other for support. The conversation that followed was conducted in the careful diplomatic language of adults discussing sensitive subjects. The officer was following up on missing person reports. 2 children had disappeared from local homes under circumstances that suggested they might be together. Had Mrs. Pemberton seen anything unusual? Any children spending extended time at the library who didn't appear to be accompanied by parents or guardians? Mrs. Pemberton's responses were masterful in their precision. She had indeed noticed children using the library facilities, but children often visited libraries independently for research projects or reading time. She couldn't say definitively whether any particular children were missing from home versus simply using the library as a quiet study space. If the officer had specific descriptions or photographs, she would certainly keep an eye out for anything concerning. From their hiding place, Harry and Hermione could hear the subtle ways Mrs. Pemberton redirected the conversation. Yes, she was certainly concerned about the welfare of local children. No, she hadn't noticed anything that suggested children in distress. If she did become aware of children who needed help, she would of course contact the appropriate authorities. The library took its responsibility to the community very seriously. The officer's questions grew more specific, and Mrs. Pemberton's answers became more carefully hedged. She understood that missing children were a serious concern. She also understood that sometimes children who appeared to be missing were actually exercising legitimate independence. Without more specific information about the circumstances of these particular disappearances, it was difficult to know what to watch for. After 20 minutes of this diplomatic dance, the officer left with Mrs. Pemberton's promise to contact him if she noticed anything relevant to his investigation. They waited another 10 minutes in silence before emerging from their hiding place, both children shaky with adrenaline but also oddly exhilarated. They had faced potential discovery and survived it. More importantly, they had confirmed that Mrs. Pemberton was truly committed to protecting them, even when that protection required careful deception of authority figures. The experience solidified their growing trust in her and in each other. The evening brought a different kind of lesson. As the library prepared to close to the public, Mrs. Pemberton showed them aspects of the building they would never have discovered on their own. Storage rooms with comfortable furniture that had been removed from public areas but was still perfectly serviceable. A small kitchen facility where staff could prepare simple meals, bathroom facilities that were larger and more private than those available to regular patrons. Most intriguingly, she showed them spaces that didn't appear on any official building plans. A small room behind the main stacks where the original builders had apparently created storage space that subsequent renovations had forgotten about. A narrow corridor between walls that connected different sections of the building without requiring travel through public areas. These hidden spaces had clearly been prepared for exactly their current situation. Sleeping areas with proper bedding, storage for personal belongings, even a small collection of books specifically chosen for young people in transitional circumstances. Mrs. Pemberton had been planning for this possibility Long before Harry and Hermione had appeared in her library, the revelation prompted questions they hadn't thought to ask before. How many children like them had she helped over the years? What had happened to those children? Why was she willing to risk her career, and possibly her freedom, to help young people whose situations put them outside conventional systems? Mrs. Pemberton's answers revealed a history more complex than they had imagined. She had grown up in a family that straddled the magical and mundane worlds, with enough exposure to magic to understand its reality, but not enough magical ability to participate fully in magical society. This liminal position had given her unique insight into the challenges faced by magical children whose families couldn't or wouldn't support their development. Over the years, she had encountered dozens of young people caught between worlds. Some had found their way to appropriate magical education and support. Others had been forced to suppress their abilities to fit into mundane society. A few had been damaged by the conflict between their natural gifts and social expectations. All of them had convinced her that the current systems for identifying and helping magical children were inadequate and often harmful. Her work at the library had become her way of creating an alternative, a place where magical children could find information, support, and temporary sanctuary while they figured out their options. A neutral space where they could learn about their abilities without pressure to conform to expectations they weren't ready to meet. It was inspiring and sobering in equal measure. They were not the first children to face these challenges, and they would not be the last. But they had found someone who understood both the magnitude of their situation and the realistic possibilities for navigation through it. As they settled into their hidden sleeping space that night, Harry and Hermione reflected on how much their lives had changed in just 2 days. They had gone from isolated, frightened children running from impossible situations to young people with resources, education, and most importantly, hope for a future that might actually include happiness. The challenges ahead remained enormous. They were still 8-year-old runaways with no legal guardians and no official standing in either the magical or mundane worlds. But they were no longer alone, no longer ignorant, and no longer helpless. They had each other. They had a mentor who understood their situation, and they were beginning to develop the knowledge and skills they would need to create lives on their own terms. More than that, they were beginning to understand that their individual struggles were part of larger patterns, larger problems that might someday be addressed through their own efforts. The magical world that had produced their situation had also produced others like them. Perhaps, as they grew in knowledge and capability, they could become part of the solution rather than simply victims of systemic failures. It was an ambitious goal for 2 8-year-olds, but then, nothing about their situation had ever been conventional. As they drifted off to sleep, surrounded by books and possibility, both children were already beginning to dream about futures that extended far beyond simple survival. 3 weeks into their strange new life, the patterns had become as familiar as breathing. Morning tea with Mrs. Pemberton in her office, where they discussed everything from practical survival skills to theoretical magical principles. Hours spent in careful study, both of them devouring books that explained the impossible with the methodical precision of scientific texts. Afternoons practicing the small magics that Mrs. Pemberton deemed safe for children their age, always with careful attention to control and intention. But it was on a grey Tuesday morning, with rain drumming against the library's tall windows, that everything changed again. Hermione had been deep in research mode for 3 days, driven by a growing certainty that there were patterns to be found in what seemed like random magical incidents. She had filled 2 notebooks with careful observations about timing, emotional states, environmental factors, and the specific nature of magical events she could remember from her own experience. Harry had contributed his own memories, though his approach was more intuitive than analytical. The breakthrough came when she was cross-referencing her notes with a particularly dense text on theoretical magical principles that Mrs. Pemberton had found in the library's most obscure collection. The book was clearly not intended for children, written in academic language that required careful translation, but Hermione had never been deterred by complexity. She was reading about the relationship between emotional intensity and magical manifestation when Harry suddenly appeared beside her, his face flushed with excitement and something that might have been panic. "There are older boys outside," he said, in the low, urgent tone they had developed for potential threats. "3 of them, and they've been watching the library for about 10 minutes. One of them has been asking questions to people walking by." Hermione looked up from her books, her analytical mind immediately shifting into crisis mode. They had discussed this possibility extensively with Mrs. Pemberton. As their absence from their respective homes grew longer, the search efforts would intensify. Eventually, someone would think to check the local library systematically, rather than just asking if any suspicious children had been noticed. She gathered her notebooks quickly, but as she reached for the heavy magical theory text, something unexpected happened. Instead of lifting the book with her hands, she found herself wishing desperately that it would simply come to her, that she wouldn't have to waste precious seconds maneuvering the awkward volume while they needed to disappear quickly. The book rose smoothly from the table and floated directly into her waiting hands. The silence that followed was electric with possibility and terror. Neither child moved for several long seconds, staring at the book that had just demonstrated something far beyond the small magical exercises they had been practicing with Mrs. Pemberton. "That was intentional," Hermione whispered, her voice filled with wonder and fear. "I wanted it to happen, and it happened exactly the way I wanted it to." Harry stared at her with the expression of someone watching impossible things become, suddenly, undeniably real. In 3 weeks of careful study and practice, neither of them had managed anything more complex than creating small lights or moving objects a few inches. What Hermione had just accomplished was magic of an entirely different order. More immediately concerning, the demonstration had occurred in full view of the main library floor, where any number of people might have witnessed something that couldn't be explained away as coincidence or trick of perception. They gathered their materials and moved toward Mrs. Pemberton's office, with the careful speed of people trying not to attract attention while desperately needing to reach safety. But as they reached the reference desk, Harry grabbed Hermione's arm with the kind of grip that suggested new crisis. The boys outside weren't just watching the library randomly. One of them was Piers Polkiss, Dudley Dursley's best friend and most enthusiastic accomplice in making Harry's life miserable. If Piers was here, it meant the search for Harry had moved beyond official channels into the realm of Dudley's gang conducting their own investigation. Mrs. Pemberton took one look at their faces and immediately understood that the situation had escalated beyond their usual careful anonymity. She guided them into her office and locked the door behind them, then moved to the window where she could observe the front of the building without being seen. Her expression grew grim as she watched the 3 teenagers outside. They weren't conducting a casual search. They were positioned strategically to observe all the library's exits, and they were clearly prepared to wait as long as necessary. More concerning, they were asking questions of adult library patrons in ways that suggested they had official backing for their search. "This changes things," Mrs. Pemberton said quietly. "If they're conducting an organized search with adult supervision, it means the authorities have decided to take your disappearances more seriously. They're no longer just hoping you'll come home on your own." Hermione's analytical mind was already working through implications and possibilities. If they were found now, they would be returned to their families immediately. All the learning, all the growth, all the careful plans they had been developing would be terminated in favor of conventional solutions that addressed none of the underlying problems. More personally devastating, they would be separated. Harry would go back to the Dursleys and their systematic cruelty. Hermione would return to parents who loved her, but fundamentally misunderstood what she needed to be happy and healthy. The magical education that had become central to their hopes for the future would be replaced by attempts to normalize them back into compliance with mundane expectations. Mrs. Pemberton was studying them both with the expression of someone making difficult calculations. "I can create a distraction," she said finally. "Send them on a false trail that will buy us time to get you somewhere safer. But we need to accept that your time here is coming to an end. You're going to need more permanent solutions." Before either child could respond, they heard voices from the main library floor growing louder and more insistent. The search was moving inside, and it was only a matter of time before someone thought to check the staff areas thoroughly. That was when Harry's magic decided to make its own dramatic entrance into their crisis. He was staring out Mrs. Pemberton's window at the teenagers outside, feeling the familiar surge of desperate anger that preceded his most powerful magical incidents. These boys represented everything he hated about his old life: the bullying, the casual cruelty, the assumption that he was powerless to resist whatever they wanted to do to him. The rage built in his chest like pressure behind a dam. But this time, instead of random destructive magic, his power focused with laser precision on exactly what he wanted to accomplish. He wanted those boys gone. He wanted them to forget about searching the library and go find something else to occupy their attention. He wanted them to experience the same helplessness and confusion that they had spent years inflicting on him. What happened next would be talked about in the local community for months afterward, though no one would ever piece together a satisfactory explanation. All three teenagers suddenly found themselves completely lost. Not physically lost, since they were standing in the center of Little Whinging, where they had lived their entire lives. But cognitively, emotionally, fundamentally lost. They couldn't remember why they were at the library, what they had been looking for, or even how they had gotten there. More disorienting, they couldn't seem to focus on any task for more than a few seconds before their minds wandered to completely unrelated subjects. Piers Polkiss, who had arrived with clear instructions to search for Harry Potter and firm determination to succeed, found himself inexplicably fascinated by cloud formations. The other two boys became similarly entranced by random environmental details: the patterns in brick walls, the sound of distant traffic, the way shadows fell across the pavement. Within 10 minutes, all three had wandered away in different directions, each convinced that they had been planning to do something else entirely and vaguely annoyed with themselves for forgetting what it was. Inside the library, Harry slumped against Mrs. Pemberton's desk with the exhausted satisfaction of someone who had just accomplished something far beyond his normal capabilities. The magic had drained him more thoroughly than anything he had previously experienced, but it had also been precisely controlled in ways that amazed him. Mrs. Pemberton stared at him with the expression of someone reassessing everything she thought she knew about the situation. "What you just accomplished," she said carefully, "was magic that most adult wizards would struggle to perform safely. That level of precise mental manipulation requires both enormous power and exceptional control." Hermione was studying Harry with the intense focus she applied to particularly complex problems. The magical theory texts she had been reading discussed the relationship between emotional intensity and magical manifestation, but they also emphasized that raw power without proper training typically resulted in destructive chaos rather than targeted effects. "How did you know what to do?" she asked. "You've never read about memory charms or confusion hexes, but what you just did was incredibly specific and sophisticated." Harry considered the question with the careful honesty that characterized all their conversations. "I didn't know what to do, exactly. But I knew exactly what I wanted to happen, and I could feel the magic responding to that intention. It was like having a conversation with something inside myself that understood what needed to be done." Mrs. Pemberton exchanged glances with Hermione, both of them recognizing the implications of what Harry was describing. Intuitive magic of that sophistication suggested natural talent that went far beyond the normal range for untrained children. It also suggested potential dangers that concerned Mrs. Pemberton more than she wanted to admit. The immediate crisis had been resolved, but it had also demonstrated that Harry and Hermione were developing magical abilities that would soon exceed what could be safely practiced in secret. They needed proper instruction, proper supervision, and most importantly, proper protection from authorities who wouldn't understand what they were dealing with. Hermione, meanwhile, had been thinking about the floating book incident with the systematic thoroughness she applied to all new information. The magic had responded to her intention, but it had also felt different from anything she had experienced before. More controlled, more precise, more like a tool she could learn to use deliberately, rather than a random force that acted according to its own mysterious principles. She pulled out her notebook and began recording everything she could remember about both magical incidents, the emotional states involved, the physical sensations that preceded the magic, the specific intentions that had shaped the results. If they were going to develop abilities this powerful, she was determined to understand them as completely as possible. Mrs. Pemberton watched her careful documentation with approval tinged by concern. Hermione's analytical approach to magic was exactly what would keep her safe as her abilities developed, but it also suggested that she would quickly outgrow anything Mrs. Pemberton could teach her. Both children needed access to educational resources that simply weren't available in their current situation. The afternoon brought a series of conversations that would reshape everything they thought they knew about their options and possibilities. Mrs. Pemberton, having witnessed the extent of their magical development, made several discreet telephone calls to contacts she had cultivated over 37 years of helping magical children. The responses were both encouraging and complicated. Yes, there were people in the magical community who specialized in education for exceptionally gifted children. Yes, there were precedents for children their age receiving advanced magical instruction under special circumstances. But all of these resources required official recognition of their status as magical children, which meant involvement with magical authorities who might not approve of their current independence. More immediately relevant, there were adults in the magical community who were genuinely concerned about the welfare of magical children caught between worlds. These adults had been working for years to create alternatives to the traditional systems that often failed children in unusual circumstances. Harry and Hermione's situation, while extreme, was not entirely unprecedented. Mrs. Pemberton's most important contact turned out to be someone she hadn't spoken to in nearly 20 years, a former classmate from library school who had discovered her own magical heritage later in life and dedicated herself to bridging the gaps between magical and mundane educational systems. Andromeda Tonks had spent the last decade developing programs that could provide magical education for children whose family situations made traditional magical schooling impractical or impossible. Her work operated in the gray areas between official magical education and complete independence, creating options for young people who needed something more flexible than conventional solutions. The telephone conversation between Mrs. Pemberton and Andromeda lasted nearly 2 hours, conducted in Mrs. Pemberton's office, while Harry and Hermione waited in the hidden room behind the stacks. They couldn't hear the specific details, but they could tell from Mrs. Pemberton's tone that the conversation was both serious and hopeful. When she finally rejoined them, Mrs. Pemberton's expression carried the complicated mixture of relief and apprehension that characterized most major developments in their situation. "There are options," she told them, settling into the comfortable chair where she conducted their morning educational sessions. "Not simple options, and not without risks, but genuine possibilities for continuing your magical education while maintaining the independence you've worked so hard to establish." She explained about Andromeda Tonks and her educational programs, about other adults in the magical community who understood that traditional solutions didn't work for every magical child, about possibilities for apprenticeships and alternative learning arrangements that could provide proper instruction without requiring conventional family stability. The catch, because there was always a catch, was that accessing these resources would require them to reveal themselves to magical authorities. Not necessarily the same authorities who would want to send them back to their original families, but authorities nonetheless. Adults who would want to assess their situations, make decisions about their welfare, and possibly impose solutions that seemed reasonable from adult perspectives, but ignored what Harry and Hermione actually wanted and needed. Hermione approached this information with characteristic thoroughness, asking detailed questions about legal frameworks, institutional relationships, and long-term implications. Her questions revealed both impressive understanding of complex systems and the kind of strategic thinking that impressed Mrs. Pemberton more each day. Harry's concerns were more immediate and emotional. He had spent 8 years learning that adults in authority positions generally made his life worse rather than better. The idea of voluntarily placing himself under the supervision of new adults, even adults who claimed to understand his situation, triggered every survival instinct he had developed. Mrs. Pemberton understood both perspectives and validated both sets of concerns. The magical adults Andromeda worked with were genuinely committed to helping children rather than controlling them. But they were still adults, operating within systems that prioritized safety and conventional outcomes over individual autonomy. There were no guarantees that even well-meaning intervention would respect what Harry and Hermione had accomplished on their own. The conversation that evening extended well past the library's normal closing hours. They discussed options, implications, risks and possibilities until all three of them were exhausted by the complexity of decisions that felt too large for the small office behind the reference desk. Finally, as the clock in the main library chimed 10 o'clock, Hermione made an observation that cut through all the complicated analysis they had been conducting. "We've been assuming," she said quietly, "that we have to choose between independence and education, between safety and growth, between what we want and what adults think we should have. But what if those aren't actually the only choices?" She looked at Harry, then at Mrs. Pemberton, with the expression of someone who had just realized something important. What if we approach this the same way we approached leaving our families? Not by accepting the options other people think are reasonable, but by figuring out what we actually need and then creating solutions that provide it. Mrs. Pemberton smiled with the satisfaction of someone watching brilliant students exceed even her highest expectations. "That, my dear, is exactly the kind of thinking that will serve you well regardless of what you decide to do next." Harry felt something shift in his chest, a recognition that went deeper than relief. Here was the approach that had brought them together, that had sustained them through 3 weeks of impossible circumstances, that had allowed them to accomplish things that should have been beyond 2 8-year-old children. They didn't have to accept other people's definitions of possible and impossible. They had already proven that careful planning, mutual support, and intelligent determination could create outcomes that looked impossible from the outside. As they settled into their hidden sleeping space that night, both children carried a new understanding of what they had been building together. Not just survival, not just friendship, but a partnership capable of approaching any problem with creativity and determination. Whatever came next, they would face it together, and they would create solutions on their own terms. The rain continued to fall against the library windows, but inside their sanctuary of books and possibility, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were no longer children running from impossible situations. They were young people planning their own extraordinary future. The magical residue from Harry's confusion charm lingered in the air around the library, like the aftermath of a thunderstorm. Invisible to mundane senses, but unmistakably present to anyone with the ability to detect magical activity. Mrs. Adelaide Pemberton felt it as a persistent tingle at the base of her skull, a sensation she had learned to associate with significant magical workings in her vicinity. What concerned her more than the magical signature itself was its complexity and precision. In 37 years of helping magical children, she had never encountered untrained magic of such sophistication from someone so young. The confusion charm Harry had unconsciously woven was the kind of magic that required deliberate study and careful practice to achieve safely. For an 8-year-old to accomplish it through pure instinct suggested natural ability that would attract attention from magical authorities, whether they wanted it or not. The realization prompted her to make a telephone call she had been hoping to avoid for several more weeks. Professor Minerva McGonagall had been her contact in the magical education system for nearly 2 decades, ever since Mrs. Pemberton had first begun helping magical children navigate the gaps between mundane and magical worlds. McGonagall was fair-minded, genuinely concerned with student welfare, and possessed enough influence to create solutions for children in unusual circumstances. She was also, unfortunately, bound by institutional loyalties and legal frameworks that might not align with what Harry and Hermione actually needed. The call was scheduled for early evening, after the library had closed to the public, and Harry and Hermione were settled in their hidden study space behind the main stacks. Mrs. Pemberton had explained the necessity of contacting magical authorities, but she had also promised that any decisions about their future would include their input, rather than being imposed upon them. Professor McGonagall's response to the situation was both swift and comprehensive. She would arrive at the library the following morning to assess the children's circumstances personally and determine appropriate next steps. Her tone suggested professional concern rather than punitive intent, but it also carried the unmistakable authority of someone accustomed to having her decisions accepted without argument. Mrs. Pemberton spent the evening preparing Harry and Hermione for what would undoubtedly be one of the most important conversations of their young lives. Professor McGonagall was knowledgeable, fair, and genuinely committed to magical education, but she was also a representative of systems that had failed both children in different but significant ways. The key to a successful interaction would be demonstrating that they were not problems to be solved, but individuals with legitimate needs and valid perspectives about their own circumstances. They needed to show McGonagall that their current situation was not a crisis requiring immediate rescue, but a carefully constructed solution to problems that conventional approaches had been unable to address. Hermione approached the challenge with characteristic thoroughness, spending hours preparing detailed documentation of their educational progress, their living arrangements, their magical development, and their long-term planning. She had learned enough about bureaucratic systems to understand that adults in authority positions were more likely to take children seriously when those children could demonstrate competence in adult terms. Harry's preparation was more intuitive, but equally focused. He had spent 8 years learning to read adult motivations and predict adult reactions, skills that had been essential for survival in the Dursley household. McGonagall would be evaluating not just their circumstances, but their personalities, their stability, their potential for causing problems or requiring ongoing supervision. The morning of McGonagall's visit dawned clear and cold, with the kind of autumn crispness that made everything seem sharper and more defined. Mrs. Pemberton arrived at the library early to ensure that their meeting space was properly prepared, while Harry and Hermione used the extra time for final reviews of their documentation and strategy. They were ready when Professor Minerva McGonagall stepped through the library's front entrance at precisely 10 o'clock, her tall figure commanding immediate attention, despite her understated manner of dress. She was exactly as Mrs. Pemberton had described, formidable without being intimidating, authoritative without being dismissive, clearly someone accustomed to wielding significant influence responsibly. Her initial assessment of the library itself was thorough and professional. She examined the public spaces, the staff facilities, the security arrangements, and the general atmosphere with the systematic attention of someone evaluating an educational environment. Her questions to Mrs. Pemberton were precise and revealing, demonstrating both extensive knowledge of child welfare issues and genuine concern for practical details. When she was finally introduced to Harry and Hermione, her reaction was carefully controlled, but unmistakably surprised. Whatever she had been expecting based on Mrs. Pemberton's description, the reality of 2 8-year-old children who radiated competence and determination was clearly not it. "Harry Potter," she said, studying his face with the intensity of someone comparing reality to long-held mental images. "You are remarkably like your father in appearance, though your eyes are certainly your mother's. I taught both of your parents during their time at Hogwarts." The statement hung in the air between them, loaded with implications that none of them were quite ready to address directly. Harry had spent his entire life being told that his parents were worthless drunks who had died in a car crash because they couldn't be bothered to drive safely. The suggestion that they had been students at a magical school, that they had been known and remembered by respected teachers, challenged everything he had been taught about his own identity and heritage. Hermione stepped into the silence with the diplomatic precision that had served them well in previous adult interactions. "Professor McGonagall, we understand that our situation is unusual and potentially concerning from an institutional perspective. We've prepared documentation of our circumstances, our educational progress, and our future planning that we hope will address any questions you might have about our welfare and stability." She handed McGonagall a folder that contained weeks of careful preparation, academic assessments, magical development records, detailed living arrangements, financial planning, and perhaps most importantly, clear statements of their goals and preferences regarding their future education and family relationships. McGonagall accepted the folder with the expression of someone who had not expected to encounter this level of organization from children in crisis. As she reviewed their documentation, her eyebrows rose steadily higher. The academic assessments showed both children performing at levels well above their age groups. The magical development records demonstrated not just natural ability, but careful attention to safety and control. The future planning revealed strategic thinking that would have impressed most adults. "This is quite comprehensive," she said finally, setting the folder aside and focusing her attention directly on them. "You've clearly given considerable thought to your circumstances and your options. I'm particularly interested in your magical development records. Mrs. Pemberton tells me you've been working on basic control exercises, but these notes suggest you've accomplished things that typically require formal instruction." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, a moment of silent communication that had become second nature during their weeks together. They had agreed that honesty about their magical abilities was essential, but they had also discussed the potential dangers of revealing too much too quickly. Hermione took the lead, her voice calm and factual. "We've discovered that we both have natural magical abilities that manifest most strongly during emotional stress or when we have very specific intentions about desired outcomes. We've been working to understand these abilities better and to develop better control over them, because we recognize that untrained magic can be dangerous for ourselves and for people around us." McGonagall leaned forward slightly, her professional interest clearly engaged. "Can you give me specific examples of what you've accomplished?" Harry answered this time, his voice steady despite the nervousness he felt. "Yesterday, when we were threatened by older children who were searching for us, I was able to create a confusion effect that made them forget why they were here and caused them to leave the area. I didn't plan to do it consciously, but I wanted very specifically for them to stop being a threat to us, and the magic responded to that intention." The silence that followed was electric with implications. McGonagall stared at Harry with the expression of someone reassessing everything she thought she knew about the situation. Confusion charms were advanced magic, requiring not just power, but precise control and deep understanding of how human consciousness functioned. For an untrained 8-year-old to accomplish such magic accidentally suggested abilities that would require immediate attention from magical authorities. "What you're describing," she said carefully, "is magic that most qualified adult wizards would find challenging to perform safely. The fact that you achieved it instinctively, with the specific intention of resolving a threat without causing permanent harm, suggests both exceptional natural ability and remarkable instinctive understanding of magical ethics." She turned to Hermione. "And you mentioned that you've also been developing magical abilities. What have you accomplished?" Hermione's answer was characteristically precise and thorough. I've been focusing on intentional magic rather than instinctive magic. Yesterday, I was able to levitate a heavy book across several feet of space by concentrating on wanting it to come to me. I've also been able to create light sources, generate warmth, and manipulate small objects with increasing precision and control. McGonagall's expression grew more serious with each revelation. Individual magical incidents could be managed and contained relatively easily. Two children with exceptional abilities who were developing those abilities together, without proper supervision or institutional oversight, represented a much more complex challenge. The conversation that followed covered territory that none of them had fully anticipated. McGonagall explained about the magical world that existed parallel to the mundane one, about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where magical children received their education, about the Ministry of Magic that regulated magical activity and ensured that the magical world remained hidden from mundane authorities. She also explained about Harry's unique status in the magical world. His parents had been murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort when Harry was barely a year old. Harry himself had survived the killing curse that had destroyed his parents, an act of accidental magic so powerful that it had destroyed Voldemort's physical form and ended a war that had terrorized the magical community for years. The survival had made Harry famous throughout the magical world, but it had also made him a target for Voldemort's remaining followers and anyone else who might want to use his fame for their own purposes. This was why he had been placed with his mother's sister and her family, despite their obvious unsuitability as guardians. The blood relationship provided magical protection that was considered essential for his safety. Hermione listened to this explanation with the analytical intensity she applied to all new information, but her questions revealed skepticism about the logic underlying Harry's placement with the Dursleys. If the blood protection was truly essential, surely there were ways to maintain it while also ensuring that Harry received appropriate care and magical education. The system that had produced their current situation seemed to prioritize theoretical safety over actual welfare. McGonagall's responses revealed her own conflicted feelings about Harry's placement. She had never been entirely comfortable with the decision to place him with relatives who were known to be hostile to magic, but the reasoning behind the placement had come from Albus Dumbledore, the most respected wizard of their generation, and the person whose expertise in protective magic was considered unquestionable. The mention of Dumbledore prompted a series of questions from Hermione that demonstrated both impressive knowledge of magical law and uncomfortable insight into the political dynamics of magical authority. Who made decisions about magical children's placements? What oversight existed to ensure those decisions served the children's actual needs? What recourse did magical children have if their placement situations were harmful or inappropriate? McGonagall's answers revealed a system that was well-intentioned but poorly designed for handling exceptional circumstances. Most magical children grew up in magical families where their abilities were understood and properly guided. The relatively few children who required special placement usually needed it temporarily, while family crises were resolved or alternative magical guardians were located. Harry's situation was unprecedented in both its complexity and its duration. A famous magical child placed with mundane relatives who actively rejected magic was a solution that had never been tested long-term, and there had been little systematic monitoring to ensure that the arrangement was actually working in Harry's best interests. The afternoon brought a shift in the conversation's focus from explanation to problem-solving. McGonagall had clearly reached the conclusion that returning Harry and Hermione to their previous family situations would be both impractical and potentially harmful. Harry's magical development had progressed too far for him to suppress his abilities convincingly, and his knowledge of his true heritage made it unlikely that he would accept continued mistreatment from the Dursleys. Hermione's situation was different, but equally complex. Her parents loved her and wanted the best for her, but they were fundamentally unprepared to support a child whose needs included magical education and whose abilities might manifest in ways that challenged everything they understood about reality. The question facing them was not whether changes were needed, But what kinds of changes would serve both children's long-term interests while respecting their demonstrated competence and their clear preference for remaining together? McGonagall's initial suggestion was placement in magical foster care while arrangements were made for early admission to Hogwarts. Both children would receive proper magical education, Harry would be protected from potential threats, and they would be supervised by adults who understood their needs and abilities. The suggestion was reasonable from an institutional perspective, but it ignored the most important elements of what Harry and Hermione had accomplished on their own. They had created a partnership that allowed them to support each other through extraordinary circumstances. They had developed educational systems that addressed their specific needs and interests. They had built relationships with adults who respected their autonomy and supported their goals. Conventional placement solutions would dismantle everything they had built in favor of approaches that might be safer and more predictable, but would certainly be less responsive to their actual personalities and preferences. Hermione's response to McGonagall's suggestion was diplomatic but firm. She appreciated the professor's concern for their welfare, and she understood the institutional pressures that favored conventional solutions. However, she wanted McGonagall to consider whether the success they had already achieved together might suggest that unconventional approaches could be more effective than traditional placement options. Harry's contribution was more emotional, but equally clear. He had experienced enough institutional solutions imposed by well-meaning adults to be deeply skeptical of any arrangement that prioritized theoretical safety over demonstrated happiness. He was willing to accept magical supervision and formal magical education, but only if those arrangements respected the partnership he had built with Hermione and the autonomy they had both fought so hard to achieve. The conversation continued past the library's normal closing hours, moving from initial assessment through detailed negotiation of possible compromises. McGonagall had arrived expecting to address a child welfare crisis requiring immediate intervention. Instead, she found herself negotiating with two exceptional children who had created solutions more innovative than anything the magical bureaucracy had previously considered. As evening shadows began lengthening across the library's main floor, McGonagall made a decision that would reshape not just Harry and Hermione's immediate future, but the longer-term relationship between magical authorities and exceptional magical children. She would present their situation to Dumbledore and the relevant ministry officials not as a crisis requiring immediate correction, but as an opportunity to develop new approaches to magical education and child welfare that could better serve children whose needs exceeded conventional solutions. It was not a guarantee that they would be allowed to continue their current arrangements, but it was recognition that their success deserved serious consideration rather than automatic dismantling in favor of institutional preferences. For Harry and Hermione, it represented the first time that magical authorities had acknowledged them as individuals with valid perspectives rather than problems to be solved through appropriate placement and supervision. As Mrs. Pemberton locked the library doors behind McGonagall's departure, the three of them shared a moment of cautious optimism. They had survived their first official magical world evaluation, and they had managed to present their case effectively enough to earn genuine consideration rather than immediate intervention. Whatever came next would certainly be complicated and potentially challenging, but they would face it together, with the support of adults who understood both their abilities and their determination to shape their own futures. The magical world was about to discover that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were forces to be reckoned with, individually and together. The owl arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry during the dinner hour, its urgent hooting echoing through the great hall as it swooped directly toward the staff table. Professor McGonagall recognized the library's distinctive seal on the parchment immediately, though she had not expected to receive correspondence so quickly after her afternoon meeting with Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. The message was brief, but loaded with implications that made her stomach tighten with concern. "Albus, we need to discuss Harry Potter and Hermione Granger immediately. The situation has become far more complex than I initially reported. Both children are demonstrating magical abilities that exceed normal parameters for their age group, and their circumstances require solutions that extend beyond conventional placement options. Please contact me this evening. The matter is urgent. Minerva. She folded the parchment carefully and slipped it into her robes, maintaining her composed expression despite the racing thoughts that McGonagall's message had triggered. Around her, students continued their evening conversations, unaware that decisions were being made that would affect the fundamental approaches to magical child welfare for generations to come. Professor Albus Dumbledore received the message with the kind of focused attention he reserved for developments that threatened to disrupt carefully laid plans. Harry Potter was supposed to be safely contained with his relatives, protected by blood magic and ignorant of his heritage, until his Hogwarts letter arrived at age 11. The boy was certainly not supposed to be demonstrating advanced magical abilities while living independently with another magical child. The implications were staggering from multiple perspectives. If Harry had developed significant magical power 3 years ahead of schedule, the protective arrangements that had governed his placement might no longer be adequate. More concerning, if he had somehow connected with another powerful magical child, their combined abilities could attract attention from forces that Dumbledore had spent 8 years trying to keep at bay. Most immediately problematic, Harry's disappearance from his relative's home meant that the blood protection anchored by his aunt's presence was no longer functioning. The boy was effectively unprotected in both the magical and mundane worlds, a situation that could prove catastrophic if Voldemort's remaining followers learned of his location. Dumbledore's first impulse was to retrieve Harry immediately and return him to Privet Drive, regardless of the boy's preferences or circumstances. The greater good required Harry's protection above all other considerations, and 8-year-old children were simply not qualified to make decisions about magical security that could affect the safety of the entire magical community. But McGonagall's message had been carefully worded in ways that suggested the situation was more nuanced than a simple retrieval mission. Her reference to magical abilities exceeding normal parameters indicated that Harry was not just a famous child in need of protection, but a developing wizard whose power might require immediate attention, regardless of security considerations. The mention of Hermione Granger complicated everything further. Dumbledore was familiar with the name from the preliminary Hogwarts acceptance letters that were generated for all magical children born in Britain. Hermione Granger was listed as an exceptionally intelligent Muggle-born witch whose magical signature had been growing stronger throughout her 8th year. If she had somehow connected with Harry Potter, their combined magical development could create problems that extended far beyond individual child welfare concerns. The flu call that evening took place in McGonagall's private office, with additional privacy charms to ensure that their conversation could not be overheard or intercepted by any interested parties. What she had to report exceeded even Dumbledore's most pessimistic expectations about the complexity of Harry's situation. Both children had been living independently for nearly a month, supported by a squib librarian who had extensive experience with magical child welfare issues. Their magical development had accelerated dramatically during their time together, with Harry demonstrating instinctive abilities that typically required years of formal training, and Hermione showing analytical understanding of magical theory that exceeded many first-year Hogwarts students. More concerning from Dumbledore's perspective, both children had developed sophisticated arguments against returning to their previous family situations. They understood the political and legal frameworks that governed magical child placement, and they were prepared to challenge any solutions that didn't respect their demonstrated competence and their clear preference for remaining together. Dumbledore listened to McGonagall's report with growing alarm. The children she was describing were not traumatized runaways requiring rescue and rehabilitation. They were intelligent, articulate young people who had created functional solutions to problems that the magical establishment had been unable or unwilling to address effectively. Conventional approaches to child welfare assumed that children were fundamentally incompetent to make decisions about their own lives, and that adult supervision was necessary for safety and proper development. But Harry and Hermione had demonstrated exactly the opposite. They had identified problems in their family situations, developed practical solutions, and implemented those solutions with remarkable success. This challenged not just specific policies about child placement, but fundamental assumptions about the relationship between magical authorities and magical children. If 8-year-old children could successfully navigate complex, magical, and mundane systems independently, what did that suggest about the necessity of institutional control over their education and development? McGonagall's recommendation was equally challenging to conventional thinking. Rather than imposing solutions on the children, she suggested that magical authorities should work with them to develop arrangements that respected their demonstrated abilities while providing appropriate support and protection. It was a radical departure from established practices, but McGonagall argued that the children's success demanded serious consideration rather than automatic dismissal in favor of institutional preferences. Dumbledore's response revealed the depth of his concern about security implications that extended far beyond individual child welfare. Harry Potter was not just another magical child whose placement could be negotiated according to his personal preferences. He was the focal point of political and magical conflicts that could reshape the entire wizarding world. Voldemort's defeat had been temporary, not permanent. The Dark Wizard's followers remained active and dangerous, many of them convinced that Harry's survival had been a fluke that could be corrected with proper planning and execution. Allowing Harry to live independently without adequate protection was equivalent to painting a target on his back for every dark wizard in Britain. More troubling, Harry's developing magical abilities made him a potential threat as well as a potential victim. Untrained magical power in the hands of a famous child could be manipulated by anyone clever enough to gain the boy's trust. The combination of political significance and magical ability made Harry Potter the kind of target that required institutional protection, regardless of his personal preferences. The conversation that followed extended well past midnight, moving through detailed analysis of security requirements, legal frameworks, educational needs, and political implications. McGonagall argued for solutions that respected the children's demonstrated competence and their clear success in managing their own circumstances. Dumbledore countered with explanations of threats and complexities that 8-year-old children could not be expected to understand or navigate safely. Both perspectives had merit, but they were fundamentally incompatible. Child-centered approaches that prioritized individual welfare and autonomy could not easily be reconciled with institutional approaches that prioritized collective security and conventional authority structures. By morning, they had reached a compromise that satisfied neither of them completely, but addressed the most urgent concerns from both perspectives. Harry and Hermione would be allowed to remain together, but under direct magical supervision that could ensure their protection and monitor their continued magical development. Dumbledore would meet with the children personally to assess their circumstances and explain the security realities that governed Harry's situation. If they could demonstrate genuine understanding of the complexities involved and accept appropriate protective arrangements, alternative solutions might be developed that respected their preferences while ensuring adequate safety. If they could not or would not accept the necessary restrictions, conventional placement would be imposed regardless of their objections. The greater good required Harry's protection, and 8-year-old children were not qualified to make decisions that could affect magical security for the entire community. The meeting was scheduled for the following afternoon at the library, chosen as neutral territory where the children would feel comfortable presenting their case. Mrs. Pemberton would be present as their advocate, and McGonagall would attend to ensure that institutional concerns were properly represented. It would be the most important conversation of Harry and Hermione's young lives, with consequences that would determine not just their immediate future, but their long-term relationship with magical authority and their eventual role in the magical community. Meanwhile, in their hidden study space behind the library stacks, Harry and Hermione were conducting their own strategic planning session. McGonagall's visit had confirmed that their situation could not remain static indefinitely. Magical authorities were now aware of their circumstances and their abilities, and decisions would be made about their future whether they participated in those decisions or not. Hermione approached the challenge with characteristic thoroughness, researching everything she could find about Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts School, magical child placement laws, and the political dynamics that governed relationships between magical authorities and individual magical families. What she discovered was both impressive and concerning. Dumbledore was universally respected as the most powerful and knowledgeable wizard of his generation, with a track record of successful leadership during crisis periods that had saved countless lives. He was also, according to every source she could find, a man who made decisions based on his assessment of the greater good rather than individual preferences or conventional legal frameworks. This suggested that their meeting with him would not be a negotiation between equals, but an evaluation where he would determine what arrangements best served broader magical community interests. Their personal preferences would be considered, but only insofar as they aligned with outcomes he deemed appropriate for magical security and stability. Harry's research was more focused and more personal. He wanted to understand not just Dumbledore's reputation and authority, but the specific decisions that had governed his own life up to this point. Why had he been placed with the Dursleys despite their obvious hostility to magic? What considerations had been deemed more important than his immediate welfare and happiness? The answers he found were both illuminating and troubling. The blood protection that had governed his placement was powerful and legitimate magical theory, capable of providing security against threats that conventional protective magic could not address. But the implementation had apparently required no ongoing monitoring to ensure that the protection was actually functioning as intended, and no consideration of whether alternative arrangements might provide equivalent security with better outcomes for Harry's development and well-being. It suggested a pattern of decision-making that prioritized theoretical security over practical welfare, long-term strategy over immediate needs, institutional convenience over individual autonomy. These were not necessarily wrong priorities, but they were priorities that placed Harry's personal happiness and development well down the list of relevant considerations. The research prompted a series of conversations between Harry and Hermione that deepened their understanding of what they were really fighting for and what they were likely to be fighting against. This was not just about remaining together or avoiding unwanted family placements. It was about establishing their right to participate meaningfully in decisions about their own lives, even when those decisions involved considerations that adults thought were too complex for children to understand. Mrs. Pemberton guided their preparation with the wisdom of someone who had spent decades helping children navigate adult systems that were not designed with children's perspectives in mind. The key to success would be demonstrating not just their competence, but their understanding of the broader implications of their situation. They needed to show Dumbledore that they understood the security concerns that governed Harry's protection requirements. They needed to demonstrate that they were capable of accepting reasonable restrictions in exchange for continued autonomy. Most importantly, they needed to present solutions that served institutional needs while preserving the partnership and independence they had worked so hard to achieve. The day of the meeting dawned clear and cold, with the kind of autumn brightness that made everything seem possible and precarious at the same time. Harry and Hermione spent the morning in final preparation, reviewing their documentation, rehearsing their arguments, and steeling themselves for what would certainly be the most challenging conversation of their 8-year-old lives. They were ready when Albus Dumbledore stepped through the library's front entrance at precisely 2 o'clock, his tall figure commanding immediate attention despite his grandfatherly appearance. He was exactly as the books had described: impressive white beard, half-moon spectacles, robes that suggested both dignity and approachability. But there was something in his eyes, a quality of assessment and calculation, that reminded Harry uncomfortably of adults who had made decisions about his life without consulting him about his preferences. Professor McGonagall made introductions with the careful formality appropriate to a meeting between institutional authority and individuals whose status remained to be determined. Mrs. Pemberton welcomed them all to her library, with the gracious efficiency of someone accustomed to hosting important conversations in unconventional settings. But it was Dumbledore's first direct interaction with Harry that set the tone for everything that followed. "Harry Potter," he said, his voice warm but carrying unmistakable authority. "I have been very concerned about your welfare since learning of your disappearance from your aunt and uncle's home. I understand that your circumstances there were difficult, but there were important reasons for your placement that go beyond conventional family considerations." The statement was carefully constructed to acknowledge Harry's experiences while establishing that those experiences were less important than larger considerations that Harry was not qualified to evaluate. It was the kind of diplomatic dismissal that Harry had encountered countless times from adults who were prepared to be sympathetic about his unhappiness as long as their sympathy didn't require them to change anything meaningful. Hermione responded before Harry could, her voice calm and respectful, but unmistakably firm. "Professor Dumbledore, we appreciate your concern for Harry's welfare, and we understand that his situation involves complexities beyond normal child placement considerations. However, we've spent considerable time researching the legal and practical frameworks that govern magical child welfare, and we believe there are solutions that could address security concerns while also respecting Harry's demonstrated competence and his right to participate in decisions about his own life." She handed him a folder that contained weeks of careful research and planning, detailed analysis of protective magic options, alternative security arrangements, educational plans that could provide proper magical instruction while maintaining their partnership, legal precedents for unconventional child placement solutions. Dumbledore accepted the folder with the expression of someone who had not expected to encounter this level of preparation from children in crisis. As he reviewed their documentation, his eyebrows rose steadily higher. The security analysis was sophisticated enough to suggest consultation with adult experts. The educational planning demonstrated understanding of magical development that exceeded many Hogwarts applicants. The legal research revealed knowledge of child welfare frameworks that most adults never encountered. "This is quite impressive," he said finally, setting the folder aside and focusing his attention directly on them. "You've clearly given considerable thought to your circumstances and your options. However, I'm not certain that you fully understand the nature of the threats that have governed decisions about Harry's protection." What followed was the first honest explanation Harry had ever received about the circumstances of his parents' death, his own miraculous survival, and the political and magical implications of his continued existence. Dumbledore held nothing back in his description of Voldemort's power, his followers' continued dedication to his cause, and the very real probability that Harry would remain a target for dark wizards throughout his life. The blood protection that had governed Harry's placement with the Dursleys was not theoretical or optional. It was the only magical protection that had proven effective against Voldemort's particular abilities, and its loss meant that Harry was now vulnerable to magical attacks that could succeed regardless of his developing abilities or the quality of his adult supervision. More troubling, Harry's growing magical power made him not just a target, but a potential weapon. Untrained magical ability of his apparent strength could be corrupted or manipulated by anyone clever enough to gain his trust and influence his development. The combination of political significance and magical potential made him the kind of target that required institutional protection regardless of personal preferences or individual welfare considerations. The explanation was sobering and genuinely frightening, but it was also the kind of honest information that Harry and Hermione had been craving throughout their journey toward understanding their own circumstances. Finally, an adult was treating them as capable of understanding complex realities rather than problems to be solved through appropriate management. Hermione's response demonstrated exactly why Dumbledore's honesty had been both necessary and wise. She asked detailed questions about protective magic theory, alternative security arrangements, the specific vulnerabilities that made blood protection essential, and the realistic timeframes for developing solutions that could provide equivalent security through different methods. Her questions revealed not just impressive analytical ability, but genuine understanding of the trade-offs involved in any decision about Harry's future. She was not demanding simple solutions to complex problems, but asking for information that would allow them to participate meaningfully in developing workable compromises. Harry's contributions were more personal, but equally important. He acknowledged the reality of the threats Dumbledore had described, and accepted that his protection required restrictions that other children would not face. But he also explained what their partnership had meant to him, what they had accomplished together, and why conventional placement solutions felt like returning to the isolation and powerlessness that had characterized his first 8 years. The conversation continued for nearly 3 hours, moving through detailed exploration of security requirements, educational needs, legal frameworks, and practical possibilities. It was not a negotiation between equals, but it was a genuine consultation where adult authority acknowledged child competence and child perspectives influenced adult decision-making. By evening, they had reached an understanding that transformed both the immediate situation and the longer-term relationship between magical authorities and exceptional magical children. Harry and Hermione would remain together, but under direct magical supervision that could ensure appropriate protection and monitor their continued development. Their education would include both magical instruction and conventional academics, provided through a combination of private tutoring and carefully selected institutional resources. Most importantly, they would be consulted about decisions affecting their future, rather than having solutions imposed upon them. Their demonstrated competence had earned them the right to participate in planning their own lives, even when those plans required adult guidance and institutional support. It was not complete autonomy, but it was genuine partnership between children and adults who respected each other's perspectives and limitations. As Dumbledore and McGonagall departed into the evening darkness, Harry and Hermione remained in the library with Mrs. Pemberton, processing what had just occurred and what it meant for their future. They had not achieved everything they had hoped for, but they had achieved something unprecedented, recognition from magical authorities that exceptional children deserved exceptional solutions, and that institutional needs could be balanced with individual welfare through careful negotiation rather than automatic imposition of conventional approaches. The magical world was about to discover that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were not just children to be protected and managed, but partners capable of contributing meaningfully to their own security and development. It was the beginning of a new model for magical child welfare, one that would influence approaches to exceptional children for generations to come. The temporary compromise that had emerged from their meeting with Professor Dumbledore lasted exactly 3 days before the first serious test of their newly negotiated autonomy arrived in the form of an official Ministry of Magic investigation. The letter bore the imposing seal of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, though its contents made clear that the investigation had been initiated by the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes in conjunction with the Improper Use of Magic Office. Multiple government agencies were apparently very interested in 2 8-year-old children who had been performing advanced magic without proper supervision or legal authorization. Mrs. Adelaide Pemberton received the correspondence with the grim resignation of someone who had been expecting bureaucratic complications since the moment Harry and Hermione's situation had come to official attention. She read the formal notice of investigation twice before calling the children to her office, her expression carrying the weight of 37 years' experience with magical bureaucracy's tendency to prioritize institutional convenience over individual welfare. The investigation would examine all instances of underage magic that had occurred in the Little Whinging area over the past month, with particular attention to incidents involving children who were not under proper adult magical supervision. Both Harry and Hermione would be required to submit to formal magical assessment, including detailed questioning about their abilities, their training, and their understanding of magical law and safety protocols. More ominously, the investigation would include evaluation of their current living arrangements to determine whether those arrangements provided adequate supervision and protection for children with their demonstrated magical abilities. If the investigators concluded that their circumstances were inappropriate or unsafe, alternative arrangements would be imposed regardless of previous agreements with other magical authorities. Hermione read the official notice with the analytical intensity she applied to all important documents, her mind immediately cataloguing the various ways the investigation could be used to dismantle everything they had worked to achieve. The language was carefully neutral, focused on child welfare and magical safety, but the implications were clear. Compliance with conventional expectations would be rewarded, while continued assertion of autonomy would be treated as evidence of inadequate supervision. Harry's reaction was more visceral and immediate. He had spent 8 years learning that official investigations were weapons used by adults to justify decisions they had already made, dressed up in the language of concern and due process to make those decisions seem inevitable rather than chosen. The investigation wasn't really about assessing their circumstances. It was about creating documentation that would support predetermined conclusions about what needed to be done to normalize their situation. Mrs. Pemberton confirmed their suspicions with the weary precision of someone who had navigated similar bureaucratic attacks before. Ministry investigations of unconventional child welfare arrangements followed predictable patterns. Investigators would arrive with lists of standard requirements that conventional placements automatically satisfied, but that independent arrangements would struggle to meet. They would focus on theoretical risks rather than demonstrated outcomes, on procedural compliance rather than actual welfare, on institutional convenience rather than individual needs. The children's best chance for surviving the investigation with their autonomy intact lay in demonstrating not just that their current arrangements were working, but that those arrangements were working better than conventional alternatives could possibly work for children with their specific needs and abilities. This required preparation that went far beyond the careful documentation they had assembled for Professor Dumbledore. They needed to anticipate every possible criticism of their situation and develop responses that addressed legitimate concerns while highlighting the inadequacies of standard solutions. They needed to demonstrate expertise in magical theory and practice that exceeded normal expectations for children their age. Most importantly, they needed to show that their independence was not a rejection of adult authority, but a collaboration with adults who understood their unique circumstances. The week of preparation that followed was intense, even by their usual standards. Hermione threw herself into research with the focused determination of someone whose future depended on understanding every relevant regulation, precedent, and loophole in magical child welfare law. She discovered that ministry investigations operated according to detailed protocols that were designed to ensure consistency, but that also created opportunities for children who understood the system well enough to navigate it strategically. Harry concentrated on developing his magical abilities with the systematic approach that Hermione's analytical methods had made possible. If investigators were going to assess his magical competence, he wanted to demonstrate not just power, but control, not just instinct, but understanding. The raw magical ability that had emerged during crisis situations needed to be refined into deliberate skills that could be exercised safely and precisely under any circumstances. Mrs. Pemberton provided guidance that combined practical knowledge of ministry procedures with deeper insight into the political dynamics that would influence the investigation's outcomes. The investigators would be evaluating not just Harry and Hermione's immediate circumstances, but the broader implications of allowing children to shape their own living arrangements rather than accepting adult decisions about what was best for them. If the investigation concluded that independent children could successfully manage their own welfare with appropriate adult support, it would establish precedents that could reshape magical child welfare policy for generations. If it concluded that even exceptional children required conventional supervision and placement, it would reinforce institutional approaches that prioritized adult control over individual autonomy. The stakes extended far beyond Harry and Hermione's personal situation, which made their success both more important and more difficult to achieve. They were not just advocating for themselves, but for every magical child whose needs might not be met by standard solutions. The investigators arrived on a grey Monday morning in late October, their official robes and serious expressions announcing their intention to conduct a thorough and authoritative assessment of a situation that clearly required immediate correction. There were 3 of them: Senior Investigator Cornelius Fudge from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, Magical Safety Inspector Dolores Umbridge from the Improper Use of Magic Office, and Child Welfare Specialist Augusta Longbottom from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Mrs. Pemberton received them in the library's main conference room, which she had arranged to look as much like an official meeting space as possible, while still maintaining the warmth and accessibility that characterized her approach to helping children. Harry and Hermione waited in her office, reviewing their final preparations and trying to manage the anxiety that came with knowing their entire future would be determined by the next few hours. The initial phase of the investigation focused on documentation and procedural compliance. The investigators reviewed Mrs. Pemberton's qualifications as a caregiver, her understanding of magical child development issues, the safety protocols she had established for supervising children with advanced magical abilities, and the educational programs she had implemented to ensure proper magical instruction. Mrs. Pemberton's responses demonstrated 37 years of experience with magical children and extensive knowledge of both magical theory and practical child welfare. She had documentation for every aspect of her care arrangements, detailed records of Harry and Hermione's magical development, and clear protocols for handling any emergencies or complications that might arise. More importantly, she had results. Both children had thrived during their time under her supervision, developing not just magically but emotionally and intellectually in ways that exceeded anything they had achieved in their previous family situations. Their magical abilities had become more controlled and sophisticated. Their understanding of magical theory had advanced dramatically, and their overall welfare had improved measurably. The investigators' questions grew increasingly detailed and increasingly hostile as it became clear that Mrs. Pemberton's arrangements actually met or exceeded most official requirements for magical childcare. They pressed her on technical regulations that most conventional placements ignored, theoretical risks that had not actually materialized, and procedural requirements that seemed designed to create compliance problems rather than ensure child welfare. Mrs. Pemberton responded to each challenge with calm professionalism and detailed knowledge that gradually shifted the tone of the interview from interrogation to consultation. She knew more about magical child welfare law than any of the investigators, had more practical experience with exceptional children, and had achieved better outcomes than most conventional placements managed with much greater institutional support. The second phase of the investigation involved direct assessment of Harry and Hermione's magical abilities, educational progress, and psychological welfare. This was the moment they had been preparing for most intensively, and both children approached it with the focused determination of people whose entire future depended on their performance in the next few hours. Hermione went first, presenting her magical development with the systematic thoroughness that characterized everything she did. She demonstrated precise control over basic magical effects, sophisticated understanding of magical theory that exceeded most first-year Hogwarts students, and careful attention to safety protocols that showed genuine understanding of the risks involved in magical practice. Her answers to the investigators' questions revealed not just impressive knowledge, but remarkable maturity in her approach to magical learning. She understood the difference between experimental magic and practical magic, between abilities that were safe to develop independently and those that required formal instruction, between individual magical practice and magic that affected other people or the broader magical community. Most impressively, she demonstrated that her magical education was not random self-teaching, but systematic learning guided by carefully selected texts and adult supervision that ensured both safety and proper theoretical foundation. Mrs. Pemberton had not simply allowed her to experiment with magic. She had provided structured educational programs that addressed every aspect of magical development, from theory to practice to ethics. Harry's assessment was more challenging because his magical development followed patterns that didn't fit conventional frameworks. His abilities were largely instinctive rather than learned, emerging in response to emotional or practical needs rather than systematic study. This made his magic both more powerful and more difficult to evaluate according to standard assessment criteria. However, the weeks of preparation had allowed him to develop greater understanding of his own abilities and better conscious control over their expression. He could demonstrate not just what he could do magically, but why his magic worked the way it did, how he could modulate its intensity and focus, and what safety considerations governed his use of abilities that exceeded normal parameters for untrained children. More importantly, he could explain how Hermione's analytical approach had helped him develop better control and understanding, while his instinctive abilities had helped her move beyond purely theoretical knowledge toward practical magical application. Their partnership was not just emotional support, but educational collaboration that enhanced both children's magical development in ways that individual instruction could not have achieved. The investigators' questions became increasingly specific and increasingly impressed as they realized that both children had achieved magical competence that exceeded most formal educational programs for their age group. Their abilities were not just powerful, but well controlled, not just advanced, but safely practiced, not just individually impressive, but collaboratively enhanced through their partnership. The third phase of the investigation focused on psychological and social welfare, areas where conventional wisdom suggested that children required stable family environments and consistent adult authority, rather than the independence and partnership that Harry and Hermione had created for themselves. Child welfare specialist Augusta Longbottom conducted detailed interviews with both children about their emotional states, their relationships with adults and peers, their understanding of their own needs and limitations, and their plans for continued development and education. Her questions were designed to assess not just their current welfare, but their capacity for making appropriate decisions about their own lives. What she discovered challenged every assumption about what children needed for healthy development. Both Harry and Hermione demonstrated emotional stability that exceeded most children their age, sophisticated understanding of their own needs and abilities, and remarkable maturity in their approach to planning their futures. They were not damaged children seeking to avoid adult authority, but competent young people who had created solutions to problems that conventional approaches had been unable to address. More significantly, their partnership provided mutual support and guidance that functioned as effectively as traditional family structures while offering advantages that conventional placements could not match. They understood each other's abilities and needs in ways that even sympathetic adults struggled to achieve. They could provide immediate support during magical emergencies or emotional crises, and they could collaborate on educational and personal development in ways that enhanced both individual growth and mutual welfare. Augusta Longbottom had spent 20 years evaluating magical children in various placement situations, and she had never encountered anything comparable to what Harry and Hermione had achieved together. Their relationship combined emotional support, intellectual collaboration, and magical partnership in ways that suggested entirely new possibilities for how magical children might be educated and cared for. The final phase of the investigation involved consultation among the three investigators about their findings and their recommendations for Harry and Hermione's future. The conversation took place behind closed doors, but Mrs. Pemberton, Harry, and Hermione could hear the tone shifting from bureaucratic certainty toward genuine uncertainty about how to handle a situation that exceeded every conventional framework. Senior investigator Fudge had arrived expecting to document clear evidence that independent children required immediate rescue and conventional placement. Instead, he found children who had achieved outcomes that exceeded most conventional placements, while developing magical abilities that demanded respect rather than dismissal. Magical safety. Inspector Umbridge had expected to find dangerous magical practices that justified immediate intervention and institutional supervision. Instead, she found careful magical education that prioritized safety and understanding, while achieving remarkable results in magical development and control. Child welfare specialist Augusta Longbottom had expected to find children whose emotional and social development had been damaged by inadequate adult supervision and unstable living arrangements. Instead, she found children whose welfare exceeded most conventionally placed children, while demonstrating maturity and competence that challenged fundamental assumptions about children's capacities for self-determination. The deliberation lasted nearly 2 hours before the investigators reached their conclusion. When they finally emerged from their private consultation, their expressions carried the complicated mixture of professional admiration and institutional uncertainty that characterized adults confronting evidence that challenged their most basic assumptions about how the world was supposed to work. Senior Investigator Fudge delivered their finding with the careful formality appropriate to a decision that would establish precedents for magical child welfare policy. The investigation had found no evidence of inadequate care, unsafe magical practices, or compromised child welfare in the current arrangements. Both children demonstrated exceptional magical competence, outstanding educational progress, and remarkable emotional stability under circumstances that exceeded conventional placement parameters. However, the investigators also acknowledged that the situation remained unprecedented and required ongoing monitoring to ensure continued safety and appropriate development. Harry and Hermione would remain under Mrs. Pemberton's supervision, but with quarterly reviews to assess their continued progress and address any concerns that might arise. Most importantly, their case would be used to develop new guidelines for exceptional magical children whose needs exceeded conventional placement options. Their success had demonstrated that alternative approaches could be more effective than traditional solutions for children with sufficient competence to participate meaningfully in decisions about their own lives. It was not complete victory, but it was recognition that exceptional children deserved exceptional solutions, and that institutional needs could be balanced with individual autonomy through careful collaboration rather than automatic imposition of conventional approaches. As the investigators departed, Harry and Hermione remained in the library with Mrs. Pemberton, processing what had just occurred and what it meant for their future. They had not just survived official scrutiny, but had established their arrangements as a model for other magical children who might need alternatives to conventional placement solutions. More significantly, they had proven that children who were treated with respect and provided with appropriate support could achieve outcomes that exceeded adult expectations while maintaining safety and stability that satisfied institutional requirements. The magical world was beginning to understand that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were not just exceptional children who required special handling, but pioneers of new approaches to magical education and child welfare that could benefit the entire magical community. Their partnership had survived its first major test from magical authorities, and their independence had been not just preserved, but formally recognized as a legitimate alternative to conventional child placement. They had created something unprecedented and proven that it could work not just for them, but as a model for other exceptional children who needed more than traditional solutions could provide. As evening settled over the library, they began planning the next phase of their journey toward full independence and their eventual role as advocates for magical children whose needs exceeded conventional frameworks. They had won the right to continue their partnership, and now they would work to ensure that other children could benefit from the precedents they had established. The battle for their autonomy was far from over. But they had won the most important victory: recognition that children could be partners in decisions about their own lives rather than simply recipients of adult decisions about what was best for them. It was the beginning of a revolution in magical child welfare, and Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were leading it together. The transformation of Mrs. Pemberton's modest Victorian home began 3 weeks after the ministry investigation concluded in their favor. What had once been a librarian's quiet retirement cottage was systematically converted into something approaching a small magical academy, complete with specialized learning spaces, advanced safety protocols, and resources that most traditional magical households could never have imagined. The attic, previously used for storage and seasonal decorations, became their primary magical practice laboratory. Mrs. Pemberton oversaw the installation of protective wards that could contain magical accidents, monitoring charms that could detect dangerous magical build-ups, and ventilation systems designed to handle the byproducts of experimental spellwork. The space was large enough for both individual practice and collaborative exercises, with carefully planned sightlines that allowed supervision without interference. Harry stood in the center of the newly configured space, holding a feather that refused to cooperate with his attempts at the levitation charm they had been studying for the past week. The theoretical framework was clear enough. Focus on the desired outcome, channel magical energy through precise intention, maintain concentration until the effect was achieved. In practice, his magic seemed determined to interpret every instruction in the most dramatic way possible. Instead of the gentle upward movement that Hermione achieved effortlessly, Harry's attempts produced effects that ranged from the feather shooting across the room like a small projectile to the entire desk rising 6 inches off the floor, while the feather remained stubbornly motionless. His instinctive magic was powerful and reliable in crisis situations, but it resisted the kind of careful control that formal magical education demanded. Hermione observed his struggles with the analytical intensity she applied to all interesting problems. She had been documenting the differences between their magical approaches for weeks, building a comprehensive theory about how instinctive and analytical magic might complement each other when properly understood and developed. "Your magic responds to need rather than instruction," she said, settling cross-legged on the floor beside the practice area. "When you levitated the book during the crisis with Piers, you needed it to come to you immediately, and your magic provided exactly that result. When you confused those boys searching for us, you needed them to leave and forget why they came, and your magic created precisely those effects." Harry lowered his wand and considered her observation. It was true that his most successful magic had emerged during moments of genuine urgency, when clear intention was driven by immediate necessity rather than abstract learning goals. The challenge was translating that understanding into deliberate practice that could develop his abilities systematically rather than waiting for crises to trigger them. "So how do I create genuine need for a feather to float?" he asked, gesturing at the uncooperative object that had become the focus of an hour's worth of frustrated effort. Hermione smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had been thinking about exactly this problem. "You don't create artificial need. You find ways to make the practice respond to real needs that you actually have. What if, instead of trying to make a feather float, because the textbook says that's how you learn levitation, you practiced levitation with objects that you genuinely needed to move for practical reasons?" The suggestion led to a complete restructuring of their practice approach. Rather than working through abstract exercises designed for hypothetical students, they began developing magical skills in response to genuine challenges in their daily lives. Levitation practice became moving books to high shelves that were difficult to reach by conventional means. Lighting charms became solutions for reading in areas where electric lighting was inadequate. Warming charms addressed the drafts that made Mrs. Pemberton's old house uncomfortable during autumn evenings. The shift in approach produced immediate improvements in both children's magical development. Harry's instinctive abilities became more controlled and precise when they were applied to genuine needs rather than artificial practice scenarios. Hermione's analytical understanding deepened as she experienced the practical applications of theoretical principles she had been studying in abstract terms. More importantly, their collaborative magical work began producing results that exceeded what either child could accomplish individually. Hermione's systematic approach to understanding magical theory provided framework and safety protocols that allowed Harry to experiment with his instinctive abilities more boldly. Harry's intuitive understanding of magical energy flows helped Hermione move beyond purely intellectual knowledge toward genuine magical intuition. Mrs. Pemberton supervised their development with the wisdom of someone who had spent decades observing how magical children learned most effectively. Traditional magical education emphasized standardized curricula and incremental skill development because those approaches worked well for most students learning in large institutional settings, but exceptional children often needed approaches that were customized to their particular abilities and learning styles. What Harry and Hermione were developing together was something unprecedented, a collaborative magical education that enhanced both individual abilities and partnership skills, that balanced theoretical understanding with practical application, that prioritized genuine competence over procedural compliance. The results were impressive enough to attract attention from beyond their immediate support network. Professor McGonagall visited monthly to assess their progress and provide guidance that connected their independent learning to broader magical education frameworks. Her reports to other magical educators described magical development that exceeded most Hogwarts first years, despite the children's young age and unconventional learning environment. More significantly, word of their success began circulating among magical families who were struggling with children whose needs exceeded conventional educational options. Parents of exceptionally gifted magical children, children with unusual magical abilities, children whose family circumstances made traditional schooling impractical, all began inquiring about the possibility of alternative educational arrangements inspired by Harry and Hermione's example. Mrs. Pemberton found herself consulted by magical educators, child welfare specialists, and ministry officials who wanted to understand how independent magical education could be structured to ensure both safety and effectiveness. Her careful documentation of Harry and Hermione's progress provided evidence that exceptional children could thrive under arrangements that would have been considered impossible just months earlier. But it was the children's first contact with Gringotts Wizarding Bank that revealed the full scope of how their situation extended beyond educational innovation into fundamental questions about magical authority and financial independence. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in November, bearing the distinctive heavy parchment and elaborate sealing wax that marked official Goblin correspondence. It was addressed to Harry James Potter, with a formal request for his presence at Gringotts to discuss matters regarding his inherited vaults and the financial arrangements that had been governing his affairs since his parents' death. Hermione read the letter with the careful attention she gave to all potentially significant documents, her analytical mind immediately recognizing implications that extended far beyond simple banking business. If Harry had inherited wealth from his parents, and if that wealth had been under external management for 8 years, there were questions about who had been making financial decisions on his behalf and whether those decisions had actually served his interests. Harry's reaction was more personal and immediate. For 8 years, the Dursleys had complained constantly about the financial burden of supporting him, using their resentment about expenses as justification for denying him adequate food, clothing, and basic comfort. The suggestion that he might actually possess financial resources that could have alleviated their complaints or allowed him alternatives to their care was both liberating and infuriating. Mrs. Pemberton arranged for their visit to Gringotts with the careful planning that characterized all their interactions with magical institutions. They would be accompanied by a qualified adult advocate. They would have documentation of Harry's current circumstances and educational progress, and they would be prepared to ask informed questions about financial arrangements that had been made without Harry's knowledge or consent. The journey to Diagon Alley was Harry and Hermione's first experience with the magical commercial district that served as the economic centre of magical Britain. The narrow cobblestone street, lined with shops selling everything from wands to cauldrons to books, represented a world that operated according to principles entirely different from the mundane communities where they had spent their lives. More importantly, it represented a world where Harry Potter was a known and significant figure rather than an unwanted burden or curiosity. Multiple shop owners recognized him immediately, and attempted to engage him in conversations about his fame, his family, and his plans for the future. The attention was overwhelming and generally well-intentioned, but it also reinforced that Harry's life would never be entirely private or normal in the way that other children could expect. Hermione observed the interactions with her characteristic analytical attention, noting how adults responded to Harry's fame and how their responses might affect his ability to make independent decisions about his future. Fame could be a resource that provided access and influence, but it could also be a constraint that limited privacy and autonomy. Understanding how to manage public attention would be crucial for Harry's long-term success in shaping his own life. Gringotts Wizarding Bank exceeded even Hermione's extensive reading about goblin financial institutions. The marble building with its elaborate bronze doors and stern goblin guards represented centuries of magical banking tradition and the kind of institutional permanence that made ministry departments look temporary by comparison. Their meeting was with senior account manager Griphook, whose knowledge of the Potter family financial arrangements extended back to Harry's grandparents' generation. What he revealed about Harry's inheritance transformed their understanding of the financial and political dynamics that had shaped Harry's placement with the Dursleys. James and Lily Potter had left their son an inheritance that included not just gold, but properties, investments, and trust arrangements that made Harry one of the wealthiest individuals in magical Britain. The fortune had been growing under careful goblin management for 8 years, accumulating value that would provide Harry with complete financial independence for the rest of his life, if managed appropriately. More troubling, the inheritance included detailed instructions about Harry's care and education that had apparently been ignored by the magical authorities responsible for his placement. His parents had specified that their son should receive proper magical education from an early age, that his financial resources should be used to ensure his comfort and well-being, and that he should have access to information about his heritage and family history as soon as he was old enough to understand it. Griphook's presentation of the financial records was precise and damning. For 8 years, Harry had been denied access to resources that could have provided him with comfortable housing, excellent education, proper clothing and nutrition, and most importantly, alternatives to placement with relatives who were clearly unsuited to care for a magical child. The goblin's explanation of why these resources had remained unused was equally revealing. Albus Dumbledore had been granted temporary financial guardianship immediately after the Potters' deaths, with authority to make decisions about Harry's inheritance until the boy reached his majority. Rather than using those resources to ensure Harry's welfare, Dumbledore had apparently chosen to maintain them intact, while allowing Harry to grow up in circumstances that bordered on neglect. Hermione's questions about the legal framework governing Harry's financial arrangements demonstrated her growing expertise in magical law and her determination to understand every aspect of systems that affected their lives. Under what circumstances could financial guardianship be transferred? What oversight existed to ensure that guardians acted in children's best interests? What recourse did children have if they discovered that their financial resources had been mismanaged or inappropriately restricted? Griphook's answers revealed a complex system of magical law that provided significant protections for inherited wealth, but limited protections for the heirs who were supposed to benefit from that wealth. Financial guardians had broad discretion in managing children's inheritances, with minimal oversight as long as the resources were preserved rather than depleted. However, children who could demonstrate sufficient maturity and understanding could petition for early emancipation that would grant them direct control over their financial affairs. The petition required evidence of competent decision-making, adequate adult support, and clear plans for using financial resources responsibly. Harry's situation was unusual in that he had been denied access to information about his inheritance, had been placed in circumstances where his financial resources could have significantly improved his welfare, and had demonstrated exceptional competence in managing his own affairs despite his young age. These factors created grounds for challenging the current financial guardianship arrangements if Harry chose to pursue that option. The conversation with Griphook lasted nearly 3 hours, covering not just the immediate financial situation, but the broader implications of Harry's wealth for his future independence, and his ability to make choices about his education, living arrangements, and relationships with magical authorities. By the end of the meeting, Harry had a complete understanding of his financial resources and the legal options available for gaining control over his inheritance. More importantly, he had documentation that demonstrated how decisions made without his knowledge or consent had affected his welfare throughout his childhood. The journey back to Mrs. Pemberton's house was conducted in thoughtful silence as both children processed the implications of what they had learned. Harry's financial independence was not just theoretical future possibility, but immediate reality that could reshape every aspect of their current situation. With proper legal representation, he could challenge the guardianship arrangements that had governed his life, gain direct control over resources that could fund any educational or living arrangements they chose, and establish independence from magical authorities who had consistently prioritized their institutional preferences over his individual welfare. Hermione's strategic mind was already working through possibilities and implications. Financial independence would provide them with options they had never considered, but it would also create new responsibilities and new challenges. Managing significant wealth required knowledge and skills that 8-year-old children typically didn't possess, even exceptionally intelligent ones. They would need adult advisors they could trust, legal representation that prioritized their interests, and educational resources that prepared them for responsibilities most children never faced. More immediately, Harry's financial resources could fund educational opportunities that exceeded anything they had previously imagined. Private tutors with expertise in advanced magical theory, access to rare books and specialized magical equipment, travel to magical communities around the world where they could observe different approaches to magical education and child development. Mrs. Pemberton received their report of the Gringotts meeting with the mixture of satisfaction and concern that characterized her response to most developments in their situation. She had suspected that Harry's financial circumstances were more complex than the authorities had revealed, but the extent of his inheritance exceeded even her expectations. The wealth created opportunities for complete independence that could benefit both children enormously, but it also created complications that would require very careful navigation. Financial independence would attract attention from people who might want to manipulate or exploit Harry's resources. It would provide arguments for those who believed children should not be allowed to make significant decisions about their own lives. Most challengingly, it would establish precedents for other exceptional magical children whose situations might not include comparable resources. The evening brought a series of conversations that would reshape their understanding of what they were working toward and what they would need to accomplish it. Financial independence was not just about accessing Harry's inheritance, but about establishing their right to make meaningful decisions about their own lives, even when those decisions challenged conventional wisdom about what children needed or deserved. They were no longer just exceptional children who had created innovative solutions to immediate problems. They were young people with resources, knowledge, and legal options that could transform not just their own circumstances, but the entire system of magical child welfare. The next phase of their journey would require not just survival skills or educational achievement, but strategic thinking about how to use their advantages responsibly while advocating for other children who faced similar challenges without comparable resources. As they settled into their evening routine, Harry and Hermione carried a new understanding of the scope of what they had undertaken and the responsibilities that came with their growing independence. They were not just creating alternatives for themselves, but pioneering approaches that could reshape how magical society understood children's capacities and rights. It was an enormous responsibility for 2 8-year-old children, but they had already proven that exceptional circumstances could produce exceptional capabilities when supported by partnership, determination, and adults who respected their potential rather than limiting it. The financial independence that Harry's inheritance could provide was not just an end in itself, but a tool for accomplishing larger goals that extended far beyond their individual circumstances. They were building something unprecedented, and now they had the resources to build it properly. The network of allies that began forming around Harry and Hermione's unprecedented situation started with a single owl arriving on a crisp December morning, bearing the elegant script and formal seal of the noble and most ancient House of Black. The letter was addressed to Mrs. Adelaide Pemberton, but its contents made clear that the sender was very interested in meeting the two exceptional children whose achievements had been causing quiet discussions throughout magical Britain's more progressive circles. Andromeda Tonks, née Black, had spent the last 15 years building bridges between the magical and mundane worlds, working with magical children whose family circumstances made traditional education impractical or impossible. Her background as a disowned pureblood who had chosen love over family expectations gave her unique insight into the challenges faced by young people who found themselves caught between conflicting loyalties and incompatible worlds. More importantly for Harry and Hermione's situation, she had developed legal and educational expertise that could help exceptional children navigate systems that were designed for conventional circumstances rather than innovative solutions. Her letter suggested a meeting that could open doors they hadn't even known existed. Mrs. Pemberton read the correspondence with the satisfaction of someone who had been hoping for exactly this kind of contact. Andromeda Tonks had a reputation for discretion, competence, and genuine commitment to child welfare that extended far beyond bureaucratic compliance. If she was interested in Harry and Hermione's situation, it meant their success was being noticed by people who might be able to provide resources and advocacy that could secure their long-term independence. The meeting took place the following week in Mrs. Pemberton's sitting room, arranged with the careful formality appropriate to a consultation that could reshape the children's future possibilities. Andromeda arrived precisely on time, her appearance striking the perfect balance between professional authority and personal warmth that characterized people who worked successfully with children in difficult circumstances. Harry and Hermione received her with the diplomatic caution they had learned to apply to all new adult contacts. Their experiences had taught them that even well-meaning adults could have agendas that didn't align with the children's actual needs or preferences. Initial impressions were positive, but they would reserve judgment until they understood what Andromeda actually wanted and what she was prepared to offer in exchange. Her opening remarks demonstrated exactly the kind of understanding they had been hoping to find among magical adults. She had read detailed reports about their situation, their achievements, and their goals, and she approached them as competent individuals rather than problems requiring adult solutions. More importantly, she had specific proposals for how their success could be expanded and secured through connections with other like-minded adults in the magical community. The conversation that followed covered territory that exceeded even Hermione's extensive research into magical lore and child welfare. Andromeda explained about informal networks of magical families who had developed alternative approaches to child-rearing and education, about legal precedents that could support children who wanted to challenge conventional placement decisions, and about educational resources that operated outside traditional institutional frameworks. Most intriguingly, she described a growing movement of magical adults who believed that exceptional children deserved exceptional solutions, and that the magical community's approaches to child welfare needed fundamental reform rather than minor adjustments. Harry and Hermione's success had become a symbol of what was possible when children were treated as partners rather than recipients of adult decision-making. Hermione's questions revealed both impressive knowledge of magical law and strategic thinking about how legal precedents could be used to benefit other children facing similar challenges. She wanted to understand not just how Andromeda could help them, but how their situation could be used to create broader changes in magical child welfare policy. Harry's contributions were more personal, but equally important. He wanted to know about other children who had faced circumstances similar to his own, what had happened to them, and whether the solutions that worked for him and Hermione could be adapted for young people with different needs and abilities. Andromeda's responses demonstrated both extensive practical experience and genuine commitment to systematic reform rather than individual rescue. She had worked with dozens of magical children whose needs exceeded conventional solutions, and she had developed approaches that could be customized for different situations while maintaining safety and educational quality. More importantly, she had connections with other adults who shared her commitment to child-centered approaches to magical education and welfare. Magical educators, legal advocates, child welfare specialists, even some ministry officials who believed that current systems needed significant reform rather than minor modifications. The possibility she presented was both exciting and daunting. Harry and Hermione could become the focal point for a coordinated effort to reform magical child welfare with adult support that could provide resources, legal protection, and political influence that would secure not just their individual success, but systemic changes that could benefit future generations of magical children. It was an enormous responsibility for two 8-year-old children, but it was also an opportunity to ensure that their individual achievements contributed to broader improvements rather than remaining isolated exceptions that didn't challenge underlying problems. The second crucial contact came through Professor McGonagall, who arranged for them to meet Augusta Longbottom during one of her regular visits to assess their progress. Augusta had been impressed by their performance during the ministry investigation, and she had spent the month since that evaluation researching alternative approaches to magical child welfare that might address systemic problems she had observed throughout her career. Augusta Longbottom brought a different perspective to their situation than Andromeda Tonks had provided. Where Andromeda focused on legal and educational innovation, Augusta approached their circumstances from the standpoint of traditional magical families who were struggling with children whose needs couldn't be met through conventional approaches. Her grandson Neville was a case in point. A magical child with significant abilities, but unconventional learning patterns, emotional challenges resulting from his parents' tragic circumstances, and family dynamics that sometimes hindered rather than helped his development. Augusta had spent years searching for educational and therapeutic resources that could help Neville thrive, and she had discovered that traditional magical education was poorly equipped to handle children whose needs deviated from standard patterns. The conversation with Augusta revealed dimensions of magical child welfare problems that Harry and Hermione hadn't previously considered. They had focused primarily on issues affecting children who were exceptionally capable and independent, but Augusta's experiences highlighted challenges faced by children who needed more support rather than more autonomy, different kinds of educational approaches rather than accelerated learning, therapeutic intervention rather than increased independence. Hermione's analytical mind immediately began working through implications and connections. If exceptional children needed innovative solutions, and struggling children needed specialized support, and traditional magical education was inadequate for both groups, then comprehensive reform would need to address multiple types of inadequacy rather than focusing only on the specific problems that affected high-achieving children. Harry's perspective was more personal and immediate. He had spent years being treated as a problem child because his circumstances didn't fit conventional frameworks, and he understood how damaging it could be when systems designed for typical situations were applied to atypical children. Whether those children needed more support or more autonomy, the fundamental issue was the same: institutional inflexibility that prioritized compliance over actual welfare. Augusta's proposal was complementary to Andromeda's, but focused on different aspects of reform. She wanted to develop educational programs that could be customized for children with diverse needs and learning styles, family support services that could help magical families navigate unconventional circumstances, and advocacy networks that could ensure appropriate resources were available for children, regardless of whether their needs involved acceleration or remediation. The collaboration she envisioned would address magical child welfare comprehensively, rather than focusing only on exceptional cases, creating systems that could adapt to individual differences rather than requiring children to adapt to institutional expectations. The third crucial alliance emerged from an unexpected source. Hermione's parents, who had spent the months since her disappearance in intensive family therapy, aimed at understanding what had gone wrong in their relationship with their daughter, and how they might repair the damage their well-intentioned but misguided approaches had caused. Dr. Daniel and Dr. Monica Granger had initially responded to Hermione's disappearance with the assumption that they needed to find their daughter and convince her to return home, where appropriate adult supervision could address whatever problems had prompted her to run away. The family therapy process had gradually led them to understand that Hermione's departure was not a crisis requiring correction, but a logical response to circumstances that were genuinely incompatible with her needs and abilities. More importantly, they had come to understand that their daughter's magical abilities were not complications that required management, but fundamental aspects of her identity that deserved support and development. The mundane world that they had assumed would provide appropriate opportunities for Hermione's intellectual gifts was simply inadequate for someone whose potential included abilities that mundane education could never address. The reunion between Hermione and her parents took place at Mrs. Pemberton's house, arranged with careful preparation that addressed both the emotional complexity of the situation and the practical need to establish new patterns of relationship that could work for everyone involved. The conversation was difficult in ways that none of them had fully anticipated. Hermione had changed enormously during her months of independence, developing not just magical abilities, but emotional maturity and intellectual sophistication that exceeded her parents' expectations for an 8-year-old child. Her parents had also changed, developing understanding of their daughter's needs that challenged everything they had believed about child development and family relationships. The reconciliation that emerged from hours of careful conversation was not a return to previous patterns, but the establishment of something entirely new. A relationship between parents and child that acknowledged Hermione's demonstrated competence while preserving emotional connections that remained important to everyone involved. Dr. Daniel and Dr. Monica Granger could not provide the magical education and support that their daughter needed, but they could offer emotional grounding, mundane world knowledge, and financial resources that complemented the magical education and independence she was developing with Harry and Mrs. Pemberton. Most importantly, they could serve as advocates within mundane systems, helping to ensure that Hermione's unconventional education would be recognized and supported by mundane authorities who might otherwise view her circumstances as evidence of neglect or abandonment. The arrangement that developed allowed Hermione to maintain her partnership with Harry and her magical education with Mrs. Pemberton, while also rebuilding relationships with her parents that respected both her growth and their continued importance in her life. It was not conventional family reunification, but it was functional family integration that served everyone's actual needs rather than conforming to institutional expectations about how families were supposed to work. The network that had formed around Harry and Hermione by midwinter included adults with expertise in magical law, child welfare, education, family therapy, and political advocacy. More importantly, it included adults who were committed to systematic reform rather than individual rescue, who understood that exceptional children deserved exceptional solutions, and who had resources to support long-term change rather than short-term fixes. The collaboration that emerged from these connections was both ambitious and practical. Andromeda Tonks would provide legal representation and advocacy that could establish precedents for other exceptional children. Augusta Longbottom would develop educational resources that could address diverse learning needs rather than assuming one-size-fits-all solutions. The Granger family would provide connections to mundane world systems and resources that most magical families couldn't access independently. Mrs. Pemberton would continue serving as primary guardian and educational coordinator, but with support networks that could ensure the sustainability and expandability of approaches they were developing together. Most importantly, Harry and Hermione would continue developing their own abilities and independence, but with understanding that their success created responsibilities to other children who faced similar challenges without comparable resources or support. The network's first major project was establishing a legal foundation for alternative magical education that could serve children whose needs exceeded conventional institutional capacities. The foundation would provide educational resources, legal advocacy, family support services, and policy research aimed at comprehensive reform of magical child welfare systems. Harry's financial resources would provide initial funding, but the goal was to create sustainable programs that could continue serving children regardless of individual donations or circumstances. They were not just creating solutions for exceptional cases, but building infrastructure that could address systemic problems affecting multiple generations of magical children. The work was complex and sometimes overwhelming for two 8-year-old children, but it was also the logical extension of everything they had been working toward since that first morning when they had met in the little whinging public library. They had started by solving their own immediate problems, but those solutions had revealed larger patterns of institutional inadequacy that affected many other children. Having created successful alternatives for themselves, they now had the opportunity and responsibility to ensure that other children could benefit from similar approaches rather than remaining trapped in systems that prioritized institutional convenience over individual welfare. As winter deepened around Mrs. Pemberton's transformed home, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were no longer just exceptional children who had achieved remarkable independence despite challenging circumstances. They were pioneers of new approaches to magical child welfare, supported by adults who shared their commitment to systematic reform rather than cosmetic adjustments. The magical world was beginning to understand that children could be partners in creating solutions rather than simply recipients of adult decisions about what was best for them. It was a revolution that had started in a library and was spreading throughout magical society, carried by two children who had refused to accept that exceptional needs could only be met through conventional means. Their partnership had survived every test that magical authorities could devise, and their independence had been transformed from individual achievement into collective advocacy for other children who deserved better than systems designed for typical circumstances could provide. The next phase of their journey would involve not just securing their own futures, but ensuring that future generations of magical children would have access to educational and family arrangements that respected their individual needs rather than requiring them to conform to institutional expectations. It was enormous work for two children, but they had proven that exceptional circumstances could produce exceptional capabilities when supported by partnership, determination, and adults who respected potential rather than limiting it. They were building something unprecedented, and now they had the networks and resources to build it permanently.